What are you calling it?
They know. They know.
We're just gonna do it that way. Okay.
What's that?
That works.
It starts.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Thanks for coming. So we have a full agenda, and we want to make sure we take care of the city's business. The Planning Commission is a group of appointed officials by the City Council, and we look at planning matters, and I'm sure you're all familiar with that. So tonight, this is the November 16th, 2023, 7:30, a little late because we were waiting for some folks. Farmington Hills Planning Commission meeting here at City Hall. I'm calling the meeting to order. Roll call, all Planning Commission members are present. And I'll entertain a motion after we approve the agenda. Yes, yes.
Do we have?
So let me clarify, our recording secretary is recording minutes remotely.
Okay.
So, and we also have notes, we're taking notes, and certainly commissioners take notes of questions that are posed tonight through our public hearing, and we also have a regular meeting. So tonight, we got a full house, and but I want to make sure we're respectful, no demonstrations. We want to hear information, both sides of an issue, so we can make decisions. If we can't maintain order, then we're going to have to do something else. Also, you have an agenda, there's an order to the agenda, so if your item's done and you want to leave, unless you want to stay here all night and watch all the wonderful things we do, you can, but if you want to leave, you can leave, and then folks out in the corridor can come in and have a seat as well. So, with that, do I have a motion from the Planning Commission, Barry, to approve the agenda for tonight?
I move to approve the agenda as published. Support.
Okay, moved by Barry, supported by Todd. All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the first item here, we're going to public hearing. Eric, staff, we're going to hear from proponent first, or do we hear from consultant?
We'll hear from the proponent first in the case of a public hearing.
Very good. Let me introduce the issue. It's item number 4A, Planned Unit Development 2, 2023, including a site plan 67-9-2023. Location is 30825 and 31361 Orchard Lake Road. Proposal, redevelopment of shopping center in B2 Community Business Zoning District. Action requested is a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the City Council. Applicant is Timothy Collier and owner RPT Realty LP. With that, ask the proponent to come forward, make presentation. Introduce yourself and your address, please. Welcome.
Good evening.
Evening.
David Ortner with RPT Realty. I know I always have an issue with this microphone. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to want to thank the community for coming out in support of this project. It's great to see you guys all. but in all seriousness, I do want to address the discussion around Marvin's to kick off the meeting. I'd like to clarify a few items. First of all, the proposed mire that's been in discussion and that the community is familiar with. This is a smaller, grosser format. It is only on the north end of the project. It's not in any way impeding on Marvin's or that portion of the development. So it is totally unrelated with that space in that box. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to everyone looking at the plan now. Secondly, I also want to make clear that we have a long-standing relationship with Marvin's. They've been a tenant at the center for a long time. We've been in regular communication with them. We've spoke with them as early as late as today, I should say. And we will certainly work with them and look for opportunities to maintain their presence at the center, whether in their current space or in a different space. But this is someone that we, again, have a long-standing relationship with. We've worked very well with them through a number of years, a number of setbacks on their side. We've been good landlords and good partners with them, and certainly appreciate their presence at the center. But just want to clarify, right? We have almost 200,000 square feet of vacant space at this center. Some of the tenants. One of our major tenants left to go across the street. They went through the expense of moving across the street because these buildings have become obsolete. They don't work for a go-forward basis, and we want to be responsible owners and landlords and community members and develop a center that works going into the future so that it doesn't turn into a blight on the community. And so with that, we're spending, we're making a significant investment into the center and trying to be thoughtful and put together a plan that the town will be proud of, that'll be additive to the community. And again, work with all of our tenants at the center, including Marvin's, to find a home and to make sure that this is a net positive for the community. With that, I'll introduce the plan again. As you can see, this is the redevelopment of the 100 Square Shopping Center. It includes the formation of 4 new boxes, one of which will be the proposed Meyer Grocer, as well as 4 out parcels to create some additional walkability, restaurant, quick service restaurant, new retail opportunities, and again, modernize the center going into the future. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Questions for the proponent from the Planning Commission? Seeing none, oh, yes, Barry?
Yeah, I noticed as part of your, what you're doing, you're talking about doing partitioning. Is it necessary to do partitioning? Are you going to be selling off some of the space?
It is not. We were looking at this just as an opportunity for some additional flexibility, but we talked with council and we're going to remove that from the plan.
And another question that I had, it deals with the outlots. It wasn't really that easy to see by reviewing the plans, and you gave us a lot of plans to look at. I've been asking around. It's my understanding, from what my viewpoint is that the outlots are going to be facing, are they going to be facing inward?
So, I have our
Facing
architect.
west.
I'm sorry?
They'd be facing
Yeah,
west.
so our architect is here to describe some of the
Well, you have an excellent person to
details.
describe it.
We do. So I'll turn it over to you, Mark.
Good evening. My name is Mark Drain. I'm with Rockboy Architects. I'm the architect for the project, and I'm going to see if I can't click through a slide here. Can't find. Yes, I will. I'm sorry. He's too tall and I'm too short.
Again, through the chair, no comments from the public. We'll clarify that. We'll make sure that the public can hear, okay? Thank you.
So the bottom image is what we call the liner buildings, the buildings we pushed up against the street. So you'll have a street, sidewalk, landscaping, buildings. We're going to do 4-sided architecture, so you have glass and entry opportunities on all 4 sides. I expect that all the entrances will be on the parking lot side. However, the building is designed to look like the front of the building is facing the road.
Yeah, it wasn't,
Barry, more to the microphone, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I wasn't able to really determine that what was going on. I could see that the entranceways appeared to be facing in westward. And I was concerned about what was going to be facing eastward on Orchard Lake Road. I really didn't want people going through our town looking at the back end of a strip center. If it looks like it's the front, that's fine, but
Yes.
but based upon what I could gather, the entranceways actually would be facing westward or towards the
Correct.
larger center in the back.
Right, but we'll have signs, canopies, sunshades, glazing, decorative building materials facing the road. Like I said, all 4 sides of the buildings are exactly the same architecture, so you're not seeing a blank block wall.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for the Planning Commission for the proponent at this time? If not, oh, got one, Steve?
Yeah, on the drive-through, with those cars coming through facing northbound, is there any significant shielding? I'm just a little concerned with headlights being right in the sight of the cars coming south on Orchard Lake, and these cars will be going north, coming around a bend. Is there any shielding, screening of that drive-through?
Well, yes, there is. Bottom image You'll see screen walls and hedgerows and decorative fencing. All of that will be the buffer to both the sidewalk and oncoming traffic.
Good. Any other questions for the proponent? Seeing none, let's turn it over to Joe. Are you doing the consultant review?
I will be, yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is PUD 2 of 2023. I think everyone's familiar with the 100 Square Shopping Center at the corner of 14 Mile and Orchard Lake Road. It is zoned B2 community business, and they're asking for a planned unit development. We have about a 29-acre site. Looking around at the adjacent properties to the north, to the east, we have additional commercial property. Some of that's West Bloomfield zoning, and some of that is Farmington Hills zoning. To the south and the west, we have RC2 multifamily zoning and development. So they're, as was stated earlier, proposing a reconfiguration of a good portion of the existing shopping center, revamp and really a rebuild of some of the several large tenant spaces, the addition of some outlots along Orchard Lake Road, and some accompanying changes to the parking lot. The use is going to remain solely commercial. So the planned unit development process proceeds in 2 stages. One is the initial qualification for a planned unit development. That has occurred at this point. And we have a set of criteria that the Planning Commission makes findings on when they qualify a planned unit development. And the Planning Commission did not cite all 8 of those criteria. You have to cite 1 under the ordinance. And there were 5 cited, item 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. In your initial qualification, those items are to permanently preserve, these are goals, to permanently preserve open space or natural features because of their exceptional characteristics or because they can provide a permanent transition or buffer between land uses, permanently establish land use patterns which are compatible or which will protect existing or planned uses.
Joe, slow down a little bit and speak more in the mic. A little
Sure.
louder.
Okay. To guarantee the provision of a public improvement which could not otherwise be required, that would further the public health, safety, or welfare, protect existing or future uses from the impact of a proposed use, or alleviate an existing or potential problem relating to public facilities. 6 is to promote the goals and objectives of the master plan for land use. And 7 was to foster the aesthetic appearance of the city through quality building design and site development, provision of trees and landscaping beyond minimum requirements, preservation of unique and/or historic sites or structures, and the provision of open space or other desirable features of a site beyond minimum requirements. So moving on to the site plan at hand. So they've wait a second, hang on. I gotta get a different item open here. Sorry. Sorry, just accessing the full review. So we have a set of criteria that we require for a final determination on planned unit development. And it's just a list, it's like a checklist basically of things that they have to submit for final, and they've submitted all those items. So moving on to the site plan. There are 3 new major tenant spaces for uses that are consistent with a commercial shopping center with corresponding site improvements. About 157,000 square feet. The existing structure, there's about 190. And then there's those 4 new outlots, one of which includes that drive-through. There are 4 existing buildings on the site that are going to be maintained in their current location. And the total floor area of the site with all the proposed improvements is going to be about 353,000 square feet. So the uses in a shopping center are consistent with the principal permitted uses in the B2 district, including retail, business, personal service establishments, fast food and carry-out restaurants, sit-down restaurants, drive-through businesses, or establishments that serve patrons while in a motor vehicle aren't generally permitted in the B2 district. So that's one of the exceptions to our ordinance that the applicant is asking for in return for the planned unit development approval and the benefits that they're proposing to you. So the lot coverage is about 28.5%. That's in line with our requirements. The 2009 future land use map in the City of Farmington Hills Master Plan designates this site as shopping center type business. A classification is also assigned to properties across Orchard Lake Road, as well as other commercial corridors in the city. So areas identified for shopping center type business are intended to be compatible with other uses in the shopping center environment and are aligned with lots in the B1, B2, or B4 zoning districts. This site was left out of the Orchard Lake redevelopment area, special planning area in the last plan, so that's across Orchard Lake Road. The master plan cited a couple of relevant studies, both of which included recommendations for Orchard Lake Road. The 2006 sustainability study included a recommendation to establish a mixed-use development area along Orchard Lake between 11 and 14-mile roads, with an emphasis on the potential to create a central business district characterized by buildings up to 5 stories with 0 setbacks from the roads. 2002 Orchard Lake Road Corridor Study was a coordinated plan for the area along Orchard Lake extending from Grand River Avenue to Pontiac, which is a big, long stretch of road. The master plan cited a quote from the corridor study that recommends a coordinated approach to development with common visual linkages, landscaping, calming of traffic, pedestrian-friendly ways, lighting, and signage. We look at the dimensional standards of the district that we're in when we're evaluating any site plan. This happens to be the B2 district. They are seeking relief from a couple of the required setbacks. Specifically, they're looking for a 7.5-foot reduction to the required front yard and a 5.5-ish reduction to the required residential setback in the rear yard. So that is part of the PUD request. We noted the lot split and actually reviewed it for you, but they've withdrawn that portion of it, so I'm not going to address it. The other setbacks, height limits and things of the district are all met. Front yard open space required is about 20,000 square feet. Applicant indicates that there's about 100,000 square feet. We have a few kind of footnotes to that, to those regulations that I was just talking about. And we've got a couple kind of minor notes about what they mark up on the plan in there. But we did want to note that there is some front yard parking in front of outlot G. Front yard parking is included in the northeast and southeast corners of the site. There's sufficient front yard open space in the northeast corner. So the Planning Commission might wish to discuss whether additional open space should be provided to buffer all the front yard parking areas, whether existing or proposed. Also, you might want to discuss whether additional landscaped area should be included along Hunter's Lane and Orchard Lake Road at the southeast corner of the site. That portion of the site, no changes are proposed at this point. One of the things that I noted that the drive-through uses are typically not permitted in the B2 district. If the applicant has any other uses in mind that are permitted in B3 but not B2 that they might be considering for the site, then now would be the time to mention it because the Planning Commission should be considering all of that at the same time. Based on the response to initial reviews, I don't think they are, but it's something that we should be addressed with the applicant. We look at pedestrian access. So they are adding quite a bit more pedestrian cross connectivity across the site. They've got the pathway going along Orchard Lake Road, and they've got a sidewalk going all the way from that to the primary building, and of course all of those outlots are right near the sidewalk. So there's going to be pretty direct pedestrian access to everything, which does not exist now. A few notes about showing more pedestrian markings on the plan. We can infer where they're going to be, but they should be shown on the plan. And then Outlot G, of course, has that proposed drive-through use. And we don't have pedestrian access between Orchard Lake and that building, or at least not direct. You can kind of make it by going up and around. And we don't show any markings across maneuvering lanes for the drive-through. Now, this is, of course, a PUD, so you can discuss the arrangement there with the applicant as well. Fast food and carry-out restaurants in the B2 district are required to be located in a building that includes at least one other principal use. And the structure for the drive-through use does show 4 different potential tenant spaces, so that standard appears to be met. We also have specific standards for drive-through restaurants. And of course, if they are looking to vary any of these, that's something that they would need to tell you. But one of the things that we've pointed out here is the drive-through restaurant is proposed to be located 58.59 feet from the right-of-way. And that's within the front yard setback of the B2 district, so that requires some relief from the ordinance. The off-street parking requirements are met for the full site. Parking requirements for drive-through uses. So there's a proposed vehicle lane for waiting and stacking in the front yard. Typically, those are not permitted to be allowed in a front yard, to be located in a front yard. So that's another item that we're looking at here. Also, the other thing is that our stacking requirements have a specific spacing from the order window to the pickup window, and we couldn't see where either of those were on the plan, so we weren't sure if that was met, if the right number of spaces were between each one. So that's something that needs to be clarified. There are 20 required loading spaces. It looks like there's about 15 provided. It depends a little bit on how you divide up the space, but generally speaking, we go with that 10 feet by 50 foot standard that we have in our ordinance. Most of that loading space is in the rear of the buildings. And there are portions of that rear area that are not intended for any other kind of circulation, so most likely there's going to be enough space for them to find other areas to mark. But it's just something that we wanted to point out, is that they have a number on their plan that doesn't agree with the calculations that we came up with, so. Part of the issue, it might be just that existing buildings weren't included in their calculations, and then they've got existing loading spaces over there that aren't going away, so I just think some clarifications in order there. And then you would need to agree that off-hours loading spaces that, potentially interfere with maneuvering for parking spaces are okay. Our notes on the landscaping plan are minor. I won't go into detail on them. They're mostly about how this is labeled or that's labeled. For exterior lighting, we're looking mostly for notes there, just confirming that we had, some cutoff fixtures. They're not proposing to change existing lighting on the southern portion of the site that they're not renovating. So at this point, we're really looking at that northern portion of the site. If they were to come in for that southern portion of the site in the future, we'd then require compliance with our existing standards. There's a couple of things that should be adjusted on the lighting plan, the uniformity ratio. And one of the things that we did think that the Planning Commission should probably discuss with them is the proposed color temperature that they're noting for these new fixtures, which is 4,000 to 5,000 K. That's a very hot blue white light. A lower color temperature might be a little less intense feeling, but could still provide lighting across the site. The other thing is that some of the aiming of the lighting is going to need to be adjusted to get it down to 1/3 of a foot candle along the entire rear property line. There's a couple places where it's over. Other standards we found to be in compliance, with the exception that there's one dumpster location that is within kind of the front yard area. It's screened with an enclosure and a bunch of landscaping, but it's adjacent to one of the buildings in the front, so that's just something that you'll have to look at. We did list the exceptions from the ordinance that we're looking at the end of the letter, items A through H there. If you have any questions for me, comments, happy to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Tangari. Questions for the consultant? Barry?
Yes,
Mike?
oh,
No. Mike Barry. Microphone.
oh, I'm sorry.
Closer.
It's like, where's Mike?
Thank you.
Mr. Tangeri, after going over these plans, I know it's a zone B2. But most of the changes, I mean, I know it's a PUD request, but most of what they're asking for fits within B2, and the B3 stuff would be more, the thing that wouldn't be allowed in the B2 would be the drive-through and a few other, and there's some setbacks that are a little bit different, but other than that, this is pretty much a B2. It's a B2 zoning, but under, which it already is, except for a few B3s they're asking for and that's the only reason I can see they're asking for a PUD. Is there anything else that a PUD would be required that it wouldn't fit under a B2 besides some of the setbacks and the drive-through?
Yeah, I mean, it's primarily the setbacks for those outlots and the use that they're including in one of those outlots, that drive-through, plus the way that drive-through is configured also, with the drive-through lanes in front typically wouldn't be permitted, so.
But anything in the back of the major portion of the building in the back, that would still fit under the B2 zoning, right? Is that,
There is a little bit of relief requested from one of the rear setbacks as well.
oh, because, yeah, okay. All
In
right,
that
right.
southeast corner there of the new build. But yeah, it is primarily setbacks in that drive-through restaurant. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this is a planned unit development, so they are asking for some exceptions from the ordinance, and there's a give and take there. So they have offered what they consider to be some additional landscaping and open space, and the Planning Commission needs to assess whether or not what they're offering is a fair trade-off with the relief that they're requesting from the ordinance. And whether or not you think that should be augmented with anything in order to, offset what they're asking for.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Joe?
A couple of blocks from here, we've recently approved a large multifamily development with the target audience being young professionals. We devoted a fair amount of attention to making sure they accommodate their bicycles. Is there any bicycle parking in this plan? And is there anything about this plan that prohibits them from adding it later?
Well, there's nothing that prohibits them from adding it later. I do not see any marked on the plan. We can certainly discuss that with them.
At another time.
Yes.
Other questions for the consultant? Danielle?
Oh,
Closer to the mic.
sorry. So I'm trying to understand, because I thought we talked about this last month, additional park-like setting, ability to sit in the area, but I don't really see that on the map to show anywhere other than the outlots, potential restaurants, a place for people to be able to congregate and sit.
Right, between some of the outlots, they've got those little pass-through areas which could accommodate some seating and things, but as far as the rest of the development is concerned, it doesn't appear that there's much in the way of that. But again, like I said, PUD is a bit of a give and take, so you can discuss that with them, and whether or not you feel that what they're requesting in relief is adequately compensated for in what they're offering in terms of things above and beyond what's required by the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Planning Commission? Barry?
Just wanted to make a statement, if I might.
Go ahead.
Right. The Planning Commission reviews plans to make sure they meet ordinance, or in a PUD, planned urban development situation, that it conforms to ordinance and that they're not going too far off the track. And that's the decision that the Planning Commission can make. The Planning Commission does not make decisions as to tenants, and we have no control whatsoever on who a landlord wants to have in their complex. We have no control over that. We can't make decisions based on that. Of course, we all would prefer to have businesses that have been in our community for many, many years stay within our community, but we can't use that as a grounds for making determinations on a plan such as this. We can only ask that the proponent, stand with Marvin back there, but we can't use that as a portion of our decision-making. And please understand that because we know we're going to get a lot of questions about this, I'm just asking that you understand that we can't use that as a part of our decision-making process, but we thank you for coming out anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Brickner. Any other comments, questions from the Planning Commission? And if not, if you're ready for the public hearing, I'll open the public hearing. Now, there's a lot of folks here tonight. If you're by yourself, you got 3 minutes. I'm going to keep you strictly to the 3-minute limit. And when 3 minutes is up, you're done. If you're part of a group, you get 5 minutes. Tell us who you represent as the group, whatever. Usually we ask people to come forward, but since all seats are taken, we'll be patient with you. Find your way up to the lectern, introduce yourself, where you're from, and we'll start the 3 minutes. Who would like to speak? The public hearing is now
To the pole, over
open.
here. No. Okay.
Just right here, and you can stand at the lectern and present, sir. Also, sir, like us, we got to speak into the mics. We want to hear
Oh,
what you-
yeah, sure.
Thank you. Introduce yourself and where you're from.
Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Ayun. I'm a public activist. Myers always comes and wants to put something in somebody's backyard. Northville, Plymouth, and now here. I've been to, and Livonia. I've been to all of them. All of them. And every time there's a closed session with you guys or anybody texting them or emailing them, he said to the guy over here, the consultant, didn't tell us the traffic study. You guys are not worried about the residents, small businesses. Myers is just opening all over. There's a Myers 12 minutes away. Why do we need a Myers for? For what reason? Look how many people are here, look. Look at the people, don't look at me.
I asked earlier, no demonstrations.
Please stop my minutes. You interrupted me. Stop my minutes. You want to talk? You got to stop my minutes. No. Or I'm going to suspend the rules, put the motion on the floor, and you will take roll call.
Time is running.
Suspend the rules, put the motion on the floor, so I can talk to your consultant.
Time is running.
I want to ask yourself, talk to your consultant.
Time is running.
I understand. I want to talk to your consultant.
You address me.
Okay, where is the
address
MDOT
chair.
study? Why didn't you put the MDOT study up there?
Pose your questions. We'll get back to you.
Where's the MDOT study? You have no MDOT study. You say B and 2 and this and that. You have not provided us with a planning what's it called? You provide us this right here. This is nothing. You have not showed the residents what it is and where the drive-through is going to go or nothing. You guys probably already made your decision. But let me tell you something. These residents are here, and I'm a public activist. I'm from Dearborn. I come all around when I see Myers coming to these places and putting business when these small businesses are affected. We're in 2023. There's Amazon. They're affecting small businesses. All these Uber and all this stuff is affecting businesses. People need small stores around us. We don't need no Myers. What do we need Myers for? 12 minutes? I'll drive 12 minutes. The residents want 12 minutes. What is it? I don't understand. I sent you a FOIA. I will be FOIAing every little detail. Text messages, emails of every single one of you and the mayor to find out if you guys talked about this or there's any little funny business, because you're telling me it's a B2. Why are we here today? Why didn't it go for the city council if it was B2? B2 or B3 or whatever you want to say it. There's no study session. There's no map. I've been to hundreds of this kind of stuff, planning commission stuff, and I didn't hear nothing. This guy blew smoke up wherever. Blew smoke, didn't even show the residents nothing. Oh, hold on, my computer's not working. He still didn't flip the page.
Sir,
Didn't flip the page.
time's up. Next speaker.
You're very rude, you know that? You're Sleepy Joe.
Your comment. Name?
My name is Marilyn Leadham. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills. While there is a Meijer at 12 Mile and Telegraph, I don't feel safe to go there. And while I would like to have a Meijer closer than Commerce, I think Marvin's needs to be stay exactly where they are. My daughter and her son-in-law and granddaughter drove from Colorado, and the first place they wanted to go was to Marvin's. And I think that business needs our support. Thank you.
Come on.
I'm Amy Renaud. I am a homeowner.
I'm sorry. Your name again, please?
My name is Amy Renaud. I'm a homeowner in
Welcome.
the Heather Hills District. And we had a friend from Australia came here last year, and he asked me to go to Marvin's. So we took him to Marvin's. I'm Gen X. My niece-in-law is millennial. My niece-in-law's daughter, my grandniece, is Gen Alpha. And we've all got pictures from us being at Marvin's. So the fact that, you know, everybody is saying we could just move it, it is impossible to move it. It is just not possible. There's so many layers. So please, please, think about, you know, what that impact is going to be for the rest of us.
Ma'am?
Thank you.
Can you repeat your name for the record, please?
I'm Amy Renaud, and my house is at 9 and Drake, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Next speaker.
Get him out of here.
Hi there. My name is Katie Hughes, and I am a resident of Farmington Hills. I've lived here about 5 years, and I love this town. I come from a much smaller town, and one of the things I really cling to and love is the unique things that are here in this town, like Marvin's. So I understand that there's this proposal, and I understand you say it's not going to affect Marvin's at all. However, I'm not quite sure I believe you. You see, where it currently sits, there's one Marvin's and there are hundreds of Meijers. And the thing is that by and large, they all look the same. They have the same layout, they have the same food, the same prices. They're the same exact store. There's nothing special or unique about them. But what there is other grocery stores in the area. There's 5 miles down the road, another Meijer. You don't need that here. Now, no one comes from other communities, no one will come from other communities or other cities or other states to visit Farmington Hills Meijer grocery store. But they will come from Marvin's, and they've proven it. And they've proven it.
Every time you demonstrate, you're taking up the speaker's time. So please, so we can hear.
So I understand. I understand.
So I want to hear what you have to say, but every time they cut your time off. So continue.
I understand that it's a planning and development. However, you do have the power to throw the book at them, deny every single request that they asked for. You do have that power. And what I will say is this: if you decide to go with their proposal, what you are taking away is a place where parents can take their families to have good old-fashioned fun. You're taking a place where college students can have a safe place in the community to have wonderful entertainment that causes no trouble to the good police officers over there. And you are also robbing people of the ability to come from miles around to see this gem right in the heart of our town. And you're also just being a place that's robbing their small business of a home. So with that being said, thank you for listening to me. I hope you and your families have a wonderful Thanksgiving, but please consider what I say and take it to heart. We need places like Marvin's. We don't need a Meijer.
Thank you. Family as well. Next speaker, please.
Hello, board. My name is Nick Porter. I'm from Sterling Heights. And I just want to make things clear. I'm not trying to speak down on the Meijer or the plans. I'm just trying to push Marvin's up here. I have lived in Sterling Heights for all 21 years of my life. My first time going to Marvin's was in 2010 with my grandmother and my siblings. And I've been there countless times since. I've been there 5 times this year alone. Anytime I have people from out of state come and visit me, I take them to Marvin's. They all love it. Some people even ask me to take them there because they heard about it. Marvin's has been through the 2008 recession. It's been through COVID, and it just shows its enduring significance in the community. The demolition of this beloved attraction goes beyond the physical building. It is tearing down a part of the community. Back in the 1980s, a food court opened where Marvin's is now, called Tally Hall, and it boasted shops and restaurants for everyone to enjoy. Marvin's is the last building to stand of that original food court. In the late 2000s, a band named Tally Hall, named after the food court, emerged at the University of Michigan. Their inaugural album paid homage to Marvin's, and with the influence of social media, it has pushed more popularity into Marvin's and more interest in it across the globe. In 2006, a community called Hidden in the Sand, dedicated to Tally Hall and their music, took shape. A personal friend of mine, Ruby Stevens, who unfortunately cannot make it tonight, started a petition on Change.org to save Marvin's on Tuesday night. With the help of Ruby, myself, and other members hidden of the sand and the wider internet, it garnered over 10,000 signatures in the first 24 hours, and it was at 27,000 signatures this evening, and support is still rising. The petition has made it into articles featured on Click on Detroit, Detroit Free Press, Fox 2 Detroit, Detroit News, WXYZ, among others. I hope you'll take that into account in consideration when you make a decision. I believe that tearing down Marvin's is not only tearing down a beloved part of Metro Detroit, but a part of Marvin's dream of bringing a little more joy to the world. I would like to finish with my favorite quote from the late Mr. Marvin Yagoda. Wouldn't the world be better off if we took nonsense more seriously? Thank you.
Speaker, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Bree Schwartz.
The mic up.
Whoop, sorry. I'm Bree Schwartz. I sit on the Farmington Hills Art Commission, and so thank you for tonight for letting us speak. I do believe that there's a beautiful crowd here. Thank you for coming out to support something.
Mike.
Thank you for coming out to support something, a place that is more than just a place. I think that we should push for Marvin's to have a historical marker. I think that it's a museum. It's more than just an arcade, and it would change. It would change if you took the dust out. I think it would change. I think we love it there. It's sticky, it's dusty, it's musty, it's scary. The machine where you put your hand in and the dog's gonna bite it off. We all have generational stories of going there with our grandparents, our kids, our nephew, whoever. You get off the airplane, someone's like, hey, you wanna see if Marvin's is open? We need it. We need it. We need it to stay the same. We want it to stay the same. We're all here because we want it to stay the same. There's a beautiful map. I understand you have to do something to update the space. All the mouth-breathing day shoppers going to spend their alimony money across the street. It's very sad. You don't have all the big, giant stores anymore happening. Everything's shutting down. You just finished doing the road there. You put in a very fancy schmancy traffic circle. Everyone was going around the bend to get into the shopping anyway. We're done with construction. We're done with construction. We want to save Marvin's just the way it is. Just the way it is. Yeah? Just the way it is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time and happy, safe Thanksgiving. It's good to see you, Joe. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Tody. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills. I'm around Ontague Street. Thanks for hearing me out tonight. I'm here in support of Marvin's. I love that place. It is so weird and awesome. There's no other place like it. I take everyone who comes to visit me to Marvin's because it's just so cool and unique. There's no other place you can go and play DDR and then see like a really weird old-timey...
a Nickelodeon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just so many different cool stuff inside, and if we had to move it, I don't think the things would survive inside. So I hope that you will consider the amount of love and support in this room and keep our like only gem. I don't think we have anything else that compares to it.
Farmington Hills is...
Name?
My name is Ben. I also live at Ontague Street.
Your last name?
Cabral.
I'm sorry, but the
Yeah,
person who is offline, online, whatever, they're not here, they need your name and where you're from.
My name is Benjamin Cabral. I'm from Ontague Street. Farmington Hills is an incredibly special place to me. There are certain districts that are old and have character that are unlike any place else that I've been to in Michigan or even my original home back in Massachusetts. Marvelous Marvin's is one of them. It's one of the only places that I can go and feel as if I've walked back into time. It's a gem of this entire community. It's survived countless things that have tried to destroy it, COVID, as was brought up. Clearly, there is a huge wave of people who want to see this place thrive through this as well. 10,000 signatures in the first day is nothing to sneeze at. It's an important part of our community, and I hope that you guys realize that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, please speak in the mic, your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Leland Bassett, and with Tina Bassett, we are 32-year residents of Farmington Hills over in Timber Creek, across the street. I want to do two things tonight. First, I want to thank you and compliment you on your past service to Farmington Hills. We have been involved in government. I grew up with the fishbowl of elected government. Tina Bassett and I have been involved in politics in Michigan our entire lives. We understand the demands that get made, particularly in these kind of unpaid volunteer positions. And one of the reasons I'm complimenting you is because of the job you have done in the past to make Farmington Hills different from other suburban locations. You've developed a differentiation here. You've developed a reason for people to come to Farmington Hills. And we appreciate that because we have decades of experience in our firm working on projects like this, where we've done things like this exactly. In fact, my partner, Tina Bassett, is a Richard Upjohn Fellow of the American Institute of Architects, and at the time she was the only woman that sat on that national board in Washington, D.C. The second thing that I want to point out is that we need to consider the uniqueness and the differentiation that Marvin's brings to the city. Now, I understand and appreciate you cannot specify a tenant, but having been through this my entire professional career, I do know that you have the power to require a revised site plan that can provide for the facilities and the ability for a tenant that you have, just as you're looking at drive-ins. And this is a unique situation. Marvin's is something that makes Farmington Hills a city of distinction, a city of attraction. People come literally from around the world to see this. There's no other collection like this in the world. Now, I respect Meyer. Meyer was one of my first clients coming out of graduate school. And the history there is a history of paying attention to the community and being involved in the community. And I certainly hope that the folks in Grand Rapids today, the fourth generation of leadership, are paying attention to this community and understanding the tremendous backlash they would have if they are part of a project that tears down a unique history of more than 100 years in the Meyer. You have the power to revise the site plan. You have the power to ask them to take a look at how they use the space, how they use this time. We want Farmington Hills to be a destination city. We want people to come here and want to be here. To do that, we have to have something that is different and unique, not something you can find in any shopping center anywhere in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your service. We appreciate it, and I urge you to give this some very serious consideration and consider the input of this community.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connor
Hello.
Japixi. I am a college student currently in my senior year studying animation and advertising at the College for Creative Studies. I live in Grosse Pointe Park. And I would like to discuss two main topics because a lot of people are hitting a lot of the things that I would have brought up myself. First of all is that I did manage to get Jeremy, I texted him about whether or not he knew and whether or not Marvin's is going to be safe, as they said earlier. And he basically said, well, they just told me at about 4 p.m. is that they want to tear down the space, but they might give him time to move, which is quite frankly unacceptable. 3 weeks ago, the plan was there that said I was safe, and then it came this week and says that I'm not safe. So he's on a month-to-month lease right now, which means they can kind of throw him out at any time. So he doesn't want to ruffle any feathers, but he is very thankful for all the support of everyone that's here. Another point that I would like to just bring up is that, okay, so a Meyer goes there. That's the main topic, that a Meyer is going to go there. I grew up in communities where they would demolish smaller businesses to build Krogers, and then those Krogers would say, actually, we don't want a Kroger's, we want a Kroger Marketplace. And they'd leave those buildings empty and then go move a block down the street to build a Kroger Marketplace. So you're looking at a building that used to be a Kroger that is now sitting as a scar of just concrete sitting because no other business is big enough to fill those shoes. So if Meijer, as a corporation, decides one day, we're not making money here, or we're going to open up a new location, we're going to move whatever, you're leaving an empty lot that can't be filled. Whereas Marvin's and the smaller businesses that are there, that are presuming that space, they're fighting. That's why everyone is here, because people care. So it is very unfortunate. And I want to say, the reason Jeremy is not here tonight defending his own business is because Marvin's is alive. It is a living structure that is being updated constantly. He is in Orlando at IAPA at a trade show, finding new things to bring new customers. It is a living business. If it was sitting there collecting dust, someone didn't care, it was just kind of sitting there and everyone's here just because they remember the good old days when things were better, maybe you'd have more of an argument. But you're looking at a living building, a living thing that many people cherish deeply. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kyle Dayak. I'm a resident of Valley Forge Drive. So I don't think I need to redeliberate the importance of a building that is on all the highway signs leading into our city, nor the fact that there was no square for it in that map that you showed us earlier. However, I will talk about Meijers, because the number one thing that we've been wondering about is why Meijers? Why a grocery store? In our city, in that section, there is a Whole Foods to the north across the street, and it shares a roundabout with an Aldi's. In that same area, we must presume that the target audience for this Meijers is people who do not like Whole Foods, Aldi's, GFS, Bush's, Heartland's, 3 separate Kroger's, Target, Costco, or 2 of the other Meijers that are in the area. Those are, except for the Meijers, those are all within 4 miles of that location. So the question is, why Meijers? Now, I understand that, you can't really control much, but you have to realize that these guys are getting bought out. They're getting bought out by Kimco, who is a company that sells grocery stores. So in that sense, I would assume that's why they're doing this. However, is another grocery store really what we need right now? Do we need to drive through a grocery store that, for all we know, 2 years down the line will be another empty husk? These grocery stores around us aren't very well trafficked, not during the day and not during the night. You throw another one in the same city corner, one of them is going to die. So why put there at all? I know you can't control who goes into that space, but I don't think they need a drive-through. I don't think they need the hookups to make a grocery store. That is something you can control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Max Sidorchuk. I live over on Greening Street there. My wife and I just moved in a couple years ago, and we love Farmington Hills. It's a great community. One of the things that we love about it is Marvin's. I wanted to bring a book off my shelf that I have. It's called Atlas Obscura. It's a fun little book that points out interesting and neat things that you're not going to find on the first page of Google when you go places. I reference it every time I travel. My bookmarks are subway passes and bus tickets. There's a lot of countries in the world that don't have entries in this book. I skimmed through the book, and I didn't find any entries that were about Meijer either. But on page 327, it says, Farmington Hills, Michigan, Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. So, according to this book, at this overstimulating penny arcade, you can play tic-tac-toe with a chicken, witness a mechanical depiction of the Spanish Inquisition, and marry a friend via the auto-wed machine. The crowded lineup of vintage and new games, automata, and oddities belongs to Marvin Yagoda, who has been collecting coin-operated machines since 1960. The standard pinball, skee-ball, and fortune-teller machines are interspersed with more atypical fare, like Dr. Ralph Bingenberg, a mechanical food inspector who vomits with violent and disturbing realism. Marvin's is a good place to visit if you're unsure of what to do with your life. Get a reading from a mechanical fortune teller, then consult the career machine, which will tell you whether your ideal job is a chorus girl, bootlegger, or soda jerk. I love Marvin's. I think from the showing that we're seeing, the community loves Marvin's, and I'd be heartbroken if I have to tear this page out of my book because it doesn't apply anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Evening.
Hello, I'm Robert Gatus. I am from Grand Blanc, Michigan. That's an hour north, and I'm from an hour north of here. You know, we have a lot. We have Myers there. There's 3 of them there. You know, we don't have Marvins. There are machines in that place that I personally have worked on, and there are machines that maybe are the last in the world of their kind, to a degree that Marvin stands alone in this entire world. There are people of every race, every age, every demographic in this room that have gathered here to showcase that the zoning proposal probably shouldn't be passed. Definitely shouldn't be passed. We can't fix these machines anymore, and creating such things is a potential monumental loss of preservation of machines that do not exist anymore. We can't fix these things. We can only just save them temporarily. I'm kind of at a loss for words because I got to be very honest. I'm very anxious right now. But I think a lot of us are. We don't want to lose Marvins. We don't want to lose the memories that we've built there. We don't want to lose the fact that there are people probably from out of state, out of country to visit this right now. Through my anxious passion on this stuff, I hope we don't lose it. The cultural significance is one mirrored with the local significance of this place. And I wouldn't be here right now, and a lot of people probably wouldn't be here right now if they were not touched by this place that is still thriving today through a pandemic, through a recession, and through a very struggling industry. I think that approving this is something that should not pass, and that closing the door on it by approving this is you mentioned that you do not have bias on what the landlord keeps inside this place. I understand that. The landlord can choose to have whatever tenant that they want, but approving this shuts the door immediately. We do not know if the landlord will keep Marvin's or will not keep Marvin's, but I hope that there is consideration to the history that this place provides to make sure that more consideration is made to halt the progress, to restructure these plans, and to rebuild in a way that can keep this history that has brought every single person here from every single divide that we might have, and keep this place alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Adam Gould. I am a basically lifelong resident of Farmington Hills. I graduated from North Farmington in 2014 and bought a house here in 2020. The proposal as stands, everyone said plenty about Marvin's. Everyone said plenty about Myers. Again, there's already a Whole Foods across one street, and Aldi across another, and others within a couple miles. My question is, spurred by Mr. Mantney's comment about the bicycles, what about Smart? Is there a bus stop? What's the pedestrian safety like for people using the bus? Because especially to cross the road, if you're coming from the lower mile roads up to 14 Mile, there's a roundabout there. There are 2 roundabouts there, and they are frankly some of the worst mistakes MDOT has ever made. That intersection is dangerous. And they just took out a light to put in another roundabout, which has no pedestrian lights, if I remember correctly. The whole area just got done with massive reconstruction. What's the impact to that on traffic? How is more trucks in the area going to impact safety? The plan showed 3 full back-end docks. There's 2 roundabouts plus a bunch of Michigan lefts. How are semis supposed to navigate that without impeding anyone's safety? I hope things like that impact your decision, because that area is rough enough to drive in. I can't imagine what it would be like for other modes of transportation unless something major changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Meira Goldman. I was.
Hello.
I lived in West Bloomfield for all my childhood for 16 years. My father went to Marvelous Marvins. This year, I moved to Wayne State University, and in a group of people from all over Michigan, we were talking about what's there to do on a Saturday night in Michigan. Not much. But everyone said, "What about Marvins?" People who don't live in West Bloomfield. Once I was on vacation in California, they asked me where I'm from. I said Michigan. They said where? I said West Bloomfield. They said, "Oh, you ever been to Marvin's?" This is a very well-known place. Not only do we not need a Meijer, I live on the border of West Bloomfield, Farmington Hills, not a 2-minute drive from Marvin's. In 20 minutes or less, I can go to Meijer, 3 Krogers, 2 Targets, Aldi, Bush's. We don't need any more fast food places. There's Taco Bell's, Lefty's Cheesesteak, Honey Baked Ham. There's a McDonald's in that area, Buffalo Wild Wings, Ben Cheese. I can go on. We don't need any of these things. One of the things I've always loved about Michigan is the nature, the trees. You're never more than 8 miles from water. Someone just bought out the apple orchard that's near the Target on Haggerty Road and is just putting infrastructure there. Henry Ford bought out the entire forest aside from their hospital to put one of their notoriously failing psychiatric care hospitals there. I'm tired of getting rid of Michigan infrastructure for things that we absolutely do not need. Marvelous Marvins is a very important relic and possibly the only piece of history that is still around for West Bloomfield, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm Weston Brooks. I'm from, I grew up in West Bloomfield. I just moved out to Ferndale about a year ago, but spent a lot of time in this community, a lot of time at a place that everyone's been talking about, Marvin's. Let's just put it this way. The current proposal as it stands, just to put it unequivocally, would be a huge mistake. And it's, as everyone has said, it's a really historical place. It's somewhere that I went to as a kid, and even when I got a little bit older, I took some girls on dates there. I know it's a bit of a rom-com trope, but, I could have picked any arcade that I wanted. We got Round One, we got Dave & Buster's, both within about a half hour of where I grew up. But Marvin's is different. And I think that is pretty clear from everybody being here today and from what everybody has talked about. But what arcade can you go to where you're playing Crazy Taxi 1 minute, getting married for a matter of, on a contract that expires when you leave the building, the next minute, and then losing against a chicken in tic-tac-toe, right? There's not really anywhere like it. And every time I have gone in that place, I have been just more and more just blown away by how much new old things that they have added to the place, and just looking around and seeing all the decor, and just, it's a wacky place. It's a really wacky place. And yeah, I really hope that everyone's stories here are taken into consideration this evening. And yeah, it's really just too important to let go, truly.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Rosen, resident of Farmington
You
Hills.
pull that down, that mic a little closer to your mouth. There you go. Go ahead, speak up. There.
Resident of Farmington Hills for 52 years. I live along the Orchard Lake Road in Hunters Grove condominiums. With the traffic circle, 2 of them, it is absolutely impossible to get out of our complex. I have to make a right-hand turn, go halfway down to 13 Mile, make a U-turn to come back if I'm going north on Orchard Lake Road. Myers will make it absolutely, forget it, we will never be able to get out. We have Aldi's across the street, we have Party City across the street, they're making left-hand turns. It's coming out of Hunter's Drive. They're making right-hand turns where TJ Maxx is, they're making right-hand turns. It's absolutely horrible. I don't know who decided to do what they did to Orchard Lake. Regardless, we don't need Myers. We have Aldi's, Bush's, Whole Foods, Plum Market. Sam's Club has been vacant for years. If they really need to come to Farmington Hills, that would be a great area. But I think that the real estate agent or company can find better use for the area that they want, where they want to put Myers in. It's absolutely not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
Slight height difference between the two of us. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Christian Zeitvogel. I'm a lifelong resident of Oakland County. And to begin with, I appreciate your preface, Mr. Brickner, that while the applicant does meet the legal requirements for rezoning, I implore you to look beyond that. As any good urban planner and as any good public servant would tell you, you have to consider how your decisions will impact the community. I don't believe that LPT or RPT has the community's best interests at heart in creating Meyer. They claim that they want to remove the blight that currently exists there, but I don't know anyone who goes to a Myers for the aesthetic appeal. On the other hand, Marvin's is a community icon that has existed since before my birth, and it is something that will exist even beyond my time here in Michigan. And I could only ask that you consider what this means that you are doing. Indeed, as the council has said, the requisites are met. But what we are here for tonight is something more than just a matter of legal planning. It is a matter of something that goes beyond race, ethnicity, age, socioeconomic income. It is the heart of something that brings people together. And so I just ask that you consider that tonight before you leave today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay
Thank
safe.
you for coming.
I'm looking for where the timer is, so I'll just.
Speak up into the mic, you know, make it very.
I'm just looking for where the timer is, so I'll just set my own little 3-minute deal in case I go over.
Everybody,
My name's Darcy Scott. I'm from Farmington Hills. I grew up here. One of my favorite things that others have said is when you drive on 696, as you're exiting off 696, you see that little sign that says, what are the attractions? And exit 5 is always Marvin's, and that's like, you know you're home then. I just want to ask, before I go on with any other points, how many of you have actually been to Marvin's? Okay. One thing that I loved about this place was that it was a place that my parents could take my kids. So it was multi-generational in a sense that they were all having fun, and there was nostalgic things for my parents to show my kids that this was one of their favorite things, and it then became one of my kids' favorite things. So it was fun in letting it be a multi-generational, as it's been said, it's been multi-everybody. I had been one of the proponents who said that we have the Sam's Club empty over there, and that would be a great place for Myers. I'd be happy for a Myers there. And then I just wanted to really quickly just bring up this, just to let Marvin's, as the man, to let his legacy live on for the residents. And it is an attraction that, like, when we're seeing Exit 5, we know we're home, but there have been people that I've talked to that I'm like, you're from Ohio and you've come to Marvin's? Like, that's amazing to me. Or they've come from Indiana or Kalamazoo. That's amazing, but it's really awesome when it's in a book, like an obscure little eclectic little book of fun things to do that we will never in our lifetime get to see again. I mean, where do you know a place like this in the United States ever? I don't know, but I hope that you'll consider Sam's Club as a place for Myers to go and leave Marvin's to be his own legacy. And I just hope that you'll think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kaylin Matsumoto. I'm currently a resident of West Bloomfield. However, until I was 6, I lived in Farmington Hills just across the street here on Springland Drive. My family built the house there. In 2011, I ended up moving back, and I lived there until we sold the property because it was just myself in 2020. Something I want to highlight, which I think it was mentioned before, was how Marvin's has become a safe space for many people, you know, adolescent to adult. When I was a kid, and my Aunt Marcy, who's a resident of Farmington, can attest to this, I begged to go to Marvin's. Marvin's was my place. My family, and bless them, they probably took me there 5-6 times a week. And that was up until I was 6. We eventually moved out of Farmington Hills to Waterford when my dad got remarried. And the reason I'm bringing this up and why I'm trying to emphasize the safe space portion of what we've talked about is up until recently, I haven't really talked about this, but I'm actually a survivor of child abuse. Marvin's was my place to go when I could get away. It had those good memories for me up until I was 6. So not only are you taking away a unique spot that, as many of us said, I don't think anywhere else has something like Marvin's, you'll also be taking away people's safe spots. So I hope that's something that you consider when you consider putting a Meijer in. I'll tell you now, Meijer's not a safe spot for me. Thank you.
Please.
Hello. I have some prepared remarks on my phone here. So my name is Jackson Hammond. I spent my entire childhood growing up in Farmington Hills, and I recently moved back here this summer. I don't want a new huge Meijer built in this community of ours. I don't want another giant store here. What I do want is small businesses, you know? I want to speak up for protecting Marvin's, and something that a lot of people here care about. I have incredibly fond memories of going there on summer afternoons in middle school and high school with my friends and having a space for us to be safe, like we just said, and staying out of trouble and just being really having a great spot to spend our summers. In fact, when my girlfriend and I moved into town here just earlier this summer, Marvin's is one of the very first places that I took her to in all of town, you know? So local leadership says that they want to make Farmington Hills a destination for people to live and raise their families in. I heard those messages from everybody running for mayor and city council just early this month. Those are all messages that everybody was talking about on the ballot. You know, I think there's some truth to that. Today, you go to downtown Farmington, and that area is nothing like what it was when I was a kid. There's great restaurants and bakeries, and it's one of the best farmers markets in all of Southeast Michigan, right? There's been some real growth here, but I don't think leadership in Farmington Hills can keep saying that that's what they want to accomplish if they remove wonderful, unique locations like Marvin's and call it progress. We don't need a Meijer here. We need Marvin's. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Coxon. I am a Farmington Hills resident, and I have been since 2021. I wanted to speak a little bit about some of the goals that it sounds like the Planning Commission has in mind, which is to attract young families and young professionals. I think I would fall into that demographic. We raised our kids initially in Ferndale, which is an extremely walkable community, you know, very popular, lots of restaurants and eateries, very walkable, lots of green space. And I heard a lot of those mentioned when you were in your regular committee meeting. And when we moved to Farmington Hills, it seemed a little bit like we were sacrificing those things. But the downtown of Farmington is very nice and walkable, so at least that's not too far away if we want that experience. But now here we're in Farmington Hills near 14 and Drake, and we love Farmington Hills. We don't plan to move away, but I would personally be really sad to see another big box store go in. For me, as a young middle-aged person, I won't say I'm young, but as a middle-aged person, I would love, you know, a place where it's more welcoming the way the current setup is. If we could somehow push to get businesses into those units, or even revamp the place, but not put in a giant parking lot and another big box. So I also wanted to mention that I went to Wayne State, go Warriors, and I graduated with a degree in civil and environmental engineering. And in that program, I did study traffic engineering. And at the time, I won't tell you what year I graduated, but at the time, we did study the 14 and Orchard Lake intersection because it was one of the most dangerous intersections for crash data in the state of Michigan, and that's for crashes that result in injury. And that was probably right after the roundabout, or maybe the roundabout had gone in. By the way, the roundabout haters, it's actually one of the best ways to reduce congestion during the peak hours. So I'm sorry you don't like it, but there's kind of no way around that. But I will tell you now, that intersection is no longer on the most dangerous intersection list. But you know what intersection is Telegraph and 12 Mile, where the Meijer is in Southfield. No doubt in part to all of the volume that is attracted to that anchor store. And I understand the appeal of having an anchor store because then it will draw other businesses. But after looking at that Orchard Lake intersection, I'm just not sure that that little roundabout can handle the increased traffic volume going through there. It'll be a nightmare for me on my commute. I feel terrible for all the people who live just south of that area with the second roundabout. I think that Farmington Hills can do better. I think we can hold out and wait for a better development to go in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cindy Butler. I'm a senior at Bloomfield Hills High School, and I work at Marvin's. I've been working there for a little over a year now, and so right now, senior year, I'm applying to colleges, and I wrote my college essay about Marvin's, and so I wanted to read the beginning of it so you guys can tell what it means to me. So my essay starts, flashing lights, dizzying, mechanical laughter, creepy, the Waka Waka Pac-Man forever running from ghosts, begging for attention. Such are the sights and sounds in Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. Part game room, part old-timey arcade, part museum, and altogether the most unusual place on earth. Working at Marvin's was never a consideration, but after a spur-of-the-moment visit a year ago, I found myself not only working there, but learning about myself in the most unlikely of places. Marvin's to me has been like a life-changing place. I've really found a community of people that are like me that might not fit in all situations, but honestly like just inspire me to be a better person. The best part of my job is when people come in that are years older than me and they say, wow, I have so many memories here. When I was a kid, my parents used to take me here all the time and now I can take my kids here. Or now I listen to Tally Hall. Do you know what Tally Hall is? And I hear about it all the time. Or I met my future husband here and like, this is where I met the love of my life. And these experiences, they can't be replaced by moving Marvin's to another place. Marvin's belongs where it is. And like many people said, it's a safe spot and it's a home for a lot of people. And it's my home too. And I would be really, really sad to see it go. And so I wanted to end this by the conclusion of my essay, which is Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum, a weird name for an even weirder place, a place that I absolutely adore. A glowing whirlwind of arcade games and noises too loud, full of people who inspire me to learn more about the world around me. Working at Marvin's has shaped who I am today and who I want to be tomorrow. And also, this is the new holiday sweatshirt, so everyone should go buy it. Thank you.
Evening.
Hi, my name is Allison Lamontagne.
I'm Erin Cole.
We actually do not reside in Farmington Hills. We work for a company called Community Work Opportunities. It's a day program for adults with intellectual disabilities, and that's located in Canton, Michigan. And it's about 40 minutes from our program to Marvin's, and I can tell you that we will make that 40-minute drive 5 days out of the week to see the smile on our clients' faces when we are there. I might not understand all the zoning politics and everything like that, but I do understand the difference that this building has made in our clients' lives. This is a place that my clients can go and be themselves. They have an autonomy there. They're always treated with the utmost respect, and that's something that you might not think about it, but you do not find in a lot of establishments in the public. We have a very hard time finding places to take our members where they can truly enjoy themselves without any discrimination from anyone ever. And that's a place that Marvin's is for them. It's a safe place for them, and it has made a world of difference in their lives.
I just wanted to emphasize the accessibility in Marvin's. Our program has been to multiple different arcades across many different of the cities around here, and we can say that Marvin's is the most accessible to not only our clients who are ambulatory, but our clients in wheelchairs as well, which not many people think about, but it's a lot harder for people in wheelchairs to get around in those tight spaces and find games. I took a group to Marvin's earlier this week, and I had 2 clients who were in wheelchairs, and I was able to just follow behind them as they moved themselves around and picked every game they wanted on their own. And it gave them a sense of independence and a sense of pride that you just don't get to see from anywhere that you go.
So I think just to end with, I implore you guys to just consider, there's a lot of really amazing perspectives that have been brought today, but we wanted to share a different one that isn't thought about as much. But just consider, you know, the guys that are kind of left behind sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Sean Pigeon. I'm a Livonia resident, so I don't know if that'll carry much weight here, but
Works.
As you can tell, or might not be able to tell, I'm not an athlete. So growing up, Marvin's was like a safe haven for me and my best pal. My mother used to take us there as kids, and I'm still friends with my best friend. He's been in the Navy for the past 23 years. He's on an aircraft carrier right now, and when I texted him on the way here that I was coming to speak, he thanked me for fighting for what matters, Marvin's, and he said, hearing things like this makes me wonder what we're bothering to protect. I signed up to support American interest, not American corporate interests. I don't think we need another Meijer in the community. No one's gonna remember, if you were gonna demolish a Meijer, do you think people would be showing up, testifying to the fact of what it meant to them? I don't think it would. So I know that it won't, like, these aren't supposed to make the decisions at zoning and all that stuff, but I would really hope that you take into account that that place means something. It's important to have, much more important than a Meijer, especially since there's, I mean, you've heard everyone. There's a few 12 miles away, 12 minutes away, 13-minute drive. You can go to the 8 and Haggerty one. It's just, we don't need that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Matthew McCullum, and I'm from Warren. And I know that this isn't Warren, but first time I came here was 20 years ago. My mother, she ran a daycare center, and we went to Marvin's, and I still haven't forgotten it since then. And I came all the way out here just to say that it really means a lot, and I want it to be in the same place. Like, when I have kids, I could probably move to Farmington Hills, or there's probably many people like me who would remember and would want to go to the exact same place, like the exact place that you walked in the same footsteps in the future. And if it wasn't in the same place, I don't think it could be named the same thing, but I don't know if it would be the same. The building is the place. I'm with everyone else here.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Gasco. I have lived here in Farmington Hills for about 9 years, going on 10 now, but I have been coming here to visit my grandmother since pretty much as long as I can remember. Now, unlike most of the people in here, I probably don't have as much of skin in the game on this because, unfortunately, not yet, but apparently I might have to very soon go inside Marvin's and check it out for myself. I've seen it all the time when I was a kid. I've heard plenty of stories about it. Just time got away from me, never got around to seeing it. But like I said, I guess I'll have to soon. Really, all I'm just going to say is this is just essentially a really bad exchange. By going through with this, and again, I understand, as you mentioned formally, that the landlord ultimately decides who gets what space. But allowing this to go through, you're basically trading a gemstone of the community, something that Farmington Hills is unique in its identity with, for a mass manufactured clay pot that you could literally get anywhere. So objectively speaking, this is not subjectively, I should be at home asleep right now. This is just a bad idea, plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
My name is Claire Hubbard. I currently live in Taylor, but I lived here in Farmington Hills from around 2011 till 2021. And in the summer of 2021, I was walking in Hunter Square and I saw the Marvin's sign. I always passed by and was curious as to what it was. I finally got the chance to see what it was. I walked into that building, and the second I walked in, it felt magical. I was overwhelmed with, well, magnificence. I was amazed. I immediately felt safe, and from that day on, I went there almost every day just to feel safe. It was my safe space. I lived in one of the apartments on 14 Mile for a while, so I was able to just walk there anytime. It was always the place that I would go to when I was feeling very down, and I would just immediately feel okay again, and was able to just talk to the workers and, you know, just anyone there. Everyone there was always so nice and welcoming. Marvin's changed my life. Marvin's saved my life. We have so many Myers, and we have one Marvin's. Marvin's changes lives. I would love to take my kids and my grandkids there someday.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Ben Usness. I moved to Farmington about 6 months ago. So obviously I don't have quite the same attachment to Marvin's other people here do. In fact, I had not heard of it until I heard about this whole thing last night. And so today I went to go check the place out because I was curious and I was like, this is everything I love. Where has this been my whole life? I love video games. I love weird animatronics. It's like this place just got my name on it, and I will be spending a lot more time there now. But yeah, no, we got so many Myers. Like, there's only one Marvin's. What you doing? Like, Myers got bargains on things, but everything at Marvin's is just 25 cents, so I'd say it's a better deal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rashid Al-Arabi.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ayman Al-Arabi. I'm his younger brother.
And we are residents of Novi. Now, I do want to apologize ahead of time if I sound a little bit drowsy. I work as a teacher in Hamtramck, and I got badgered by quite a few questions from a number of 7th graders today, which is always fun. And I didn't realize I'd be on the air in Channel 4 wearing the most ridiculous shirt I own. So, that being said, a lot of very impassioned, emotional statements from a lot of the residents over here. I wanted to complement that with something that's a little bit more logistical, I guess. Admittedly, I'm no city planner, but I wanted to share just 2 or 3 quick points before handing it off to my brother over here. First off, even though I am an American citizen, I spent pretty much the entirety of my childhood overseas. I grew up in Saudi Arabia. So I see American cities a little bit differently from some residents because I can compare them to cities from Saudi Arabia, some of the other countries I've been to, Turkey, Bahrain, Germany. And I feel that there is an epidemic of sameness that's been going on in a lot of American cities. And I feel that Farmington has managed to escape that epidemic in large part thanks to its many smaller, unique local establishments. And to be completely frank, seeing those renders of what the Meyer project might look like, it is the same gaudy, repetitive thing that I've seen in many other cities that I am hoping Farmington never quite turns into. Another point I wanted to bring up was a sort of indirect effect I think this may have on the psyche of the community. So Marvin's is a local business, of course. There's only one Marvin's in the world. But it is sort of like how do I say this? It's almost a superstar among local places. I mean, for goodness sakes, even when we set aside the petition to, the petition to save Marvin's that went up just 2 days ago and has now accumulated over 27,000 signatures, there was I believe it was a GoFundMe campaign to keep it afloat during the pandemic, and it raised, I believe, $75,000. And the message I'm trying to get across is that if this place, which has so much support from people all over, has a record named after it, closes down, it may send an indirect message. I mean, let me put it like this. If Marvin's can't survive something like a Meyer acquisition, an acquisition I should say, but something like this, what hope do these smaller places have? Because I find that if a place with this much support would struggle to stay open as a result of, corporate expansion, let's be honest. What chance do these smaller restaurants that don't have GoFundMe pages and petitions with 20,000 people have of staying open in the midst of all this and keeping the uniqueness and flavor of Farmington alive?
Thank you.
I think you said everything, so just thank you guys very much for giving us a chance to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
for coming. Next speakers, please.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Lauder, and Farmington Hills is my home. I grew up in Farmington Hills. I went to North Farmington High School, and when I was there, I took a course called Human Geography. And in that course, we learned about a concept called placelessness. This is a concept that is sort of taken over the United States. It's this idea that wherever you go, it looks the same. Farmington Hills does not look the same as everywhere else, and if we approve this plan, I believe it will. I think the plans that were projected here, which have neglected to have been maintained on the screens, look exactly to me like the places in Warren, in Northville, in Madison Heights, that I would never live in. I am reaching a point now in my life where I am considering purchasing a home. I think it's something many people here will agree with. If Marvin's is not here, I will not consider buying a home in Farmington Hills. When the time came, I did end up working at Marvin's. I worked at Marvin's for over 5 years. It's good to see many of you here. And what I saw there was really a safe space, as many others have said. It's a place where myself and many other people my age were able to escape what happened to many of my peers, falling into drug addiction, falling into the abyss that is social media. It allowed us to have a place to go and conglomerate, and congregate rather. Once again, I do want to reiterate, as many others have said, there are several grocery stores in the area. There's an Aldi's across the street. There's a Whole Foods to the north. I do think, as many others have said, Meijer would do better in the former Sam's Club parking lot. I would like to keep the attention of the council, please. Whatever. Anyway, I don't want to be presumptuous, but it seems many of you do appear to have lived through the time period that saw the destruction of Detroit. We have lost so much of what makes our area interesting. I would hate to see that happen to what is really my home. I will say Marvin's has become a second home to me. At this point, I just want to thank everyone that has come out today, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lauren Phillips. This is my mom, Julie. So to start off, I've lived in Farmington my entire life. I've been going to Marvin since I was a kid. I still have the bouncy balls. I have little toys I've gotten from the claw machines as a kid. There's a picture of me on the animatronics that I used to ride as a kid. It just is a very special place in my heart. And there's only one Marvin's in the entire world. There is nowhere else you can get the Marvin's experience. If I wanted to get the Myers experience, I could just drive 10 minutes down the road to the nearest one. That's 10 minutes away from Marvin's. There's also 3 other Meyer locations within a 10-mile radius of Marvin's, which just suggests to me that it would be completely unnecessary and completely overkill to put another Meyer when there's thousands across the country, when there will only ever be one Marvin's. As other people have stated, there's an Aldi across the street, a Whole Foods, there's multiple supermarkets within the area. It's not really necessary. It will also cause the area to become even more congested than it already is. Traffic, as many people have stated, is a nightmare. It's a nightmare to get through that area. And I can only imagine what it would be like if there was a huge supermarket there where all these people are coming to. It would just be incredibly difficult to drive through the area. And also, it would probably attract crime, thieves, just unwanted behavior that I don't think anybody really wants who lives in the Farmington area. And so, while the points I mentioned are important, I would just like to circle back and say that Marvin's you will never ever get the whimsical, wacky, wonderful experience that you can get when you walk into Marvin's anywhere else, ever. It's on multiple lists, 100 most unique places to visit in Michigan, coolest places to visit in the country, most unusual museums to visit in the country. It is just so special, and it's such a treasure of Farmington, of this community, this country, that it would just be incredibly sad to see it go. And I think I speak for myself and probably many others when I say that I will boycott that Meijer if it is built, just because I'm pretty upset about this whole thing. I think a lot of us are. So with all this said, thank you for listening. I hope that you hear us And I hope that you choose not to destroy Marvin's and keep this treasure of this community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming.
I second all she has said. I'm very proud of her.
Well, thank you. Evening.
Hello. My name is Nick. I grew up on 12 and Drake.
Last name?
Genty, sorry. Graduated North Farmington High School. I have a couple of personal connections to Marvin's. My best friend worked there all through high school. I have two good friends actually in Cleveland who regularly make the pilgrimage up from Cleveland just to go to Marvin's. Tally Hall is their favorite band. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about teenagers. I am 29, which makes me a millennial, which means that every week of my existence has been marked by some new hacky article about how I am texting too much and I'm not spending enough time outside. That is apparently a long-standing tradition in journalism, as that has progressed to Gen Zers, who are now bearing the brunt of that criticism. But what choice have we given them? We have all of these spaces that are one by one slowly disappearing, being replaced by chains. The alternatives to Marvin's, Dave & Buster's, round one, you can expect to spend a minimum of $50 there. I don't know about you, but average teenagers don't really have that kind of income. We're not giving them enough places to go that aren't home or TikTok. Marvin's represents that. Marvin's is a place where kids can go. It is a facet of our community that is worth preserving. And I ask you not to preserve the history of what it is, but to look forward and invest in your future. Invest in your children. Give them a place to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll bend down just a bit here. My name is Chris Mosier. I've had the pleasure of living in Farmington Hills for the past 4 years. At its core, Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum is a business, and I understand that you all, as our city council, need to make decisions that are best for your constituents. My question to you is, what message are we choosing to send if we choose to prioritize corporate expansion rather than historical education? And on top of the historical education, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematical education that can be passed on to the young people of this community by going. I know personally for myself, when I was younger and I used to go to Marvin's, I was fascinated by how the machines worked. I never had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Yagoda about them myself, but I did have the pleasure of talking with his son one time. And the absolute fascination that I have had with that place and the places and the people that I have seen who have come in who just start asking each other questions is worth its weight in gold. We know that you will make your decisions based on what you believe is best. What I ask in return is that you vote with your conscience and that you make the best decision that you believe for your constituents, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Noah Stern. I'm a resident of West Bloomfield. I'm here at the request of two of my children who are 10 and 8 years old. It was their request to come and have me speak this evening, and they may even speak themselves in support of Marvin's. And as them being big supporters, I am a big financial supporter of Marvelous Marvin's as well. It is wonderful to have a place for children to be able to go and enjoy themselves. So I hope that you will consider and remember the children when you're making your decision. It is also a reason that I came was because I wanted to show my children that we live in a wonderful land where we can speak and be heard by our representatives. And I wanted to prove to them that it is possible that you will listen to our voices and make informed decisions with the constituents in mind. Absolutely. I also remember reading an article a few years ago about Walmart's technique at expansion. They would build stores within close proximity to one another, And when they would drive out the competition, they would then close a store because it wasn't necessary to have so many stores in proximity. I would ask, and I don't know the answer, and if it will even be discussed, if there's any population studies that have been conducted to see if there are enough people in the population to support a store that's 5 miles away and 3 miles away from this proposed store to support it without having one of those stores eventually being closed. And anything you want to say? And I will yield to my children if they wish to speak. Just say what you said to me in the car, that you like Marvelous Marvin. Okay. Well,
It's
it is
okay.
well past their bedtime. I appreciate you
Very
doing
much.
this this evening.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Hello, my
Evening.
name, oh, sorry.
No, good
Hi, my
evening.
name is Katie Frank. I believe that Meyer has no business expanding right now. Plenty of people have made good points about whether we can even support them, the congestion, the effects that this will have on the local area in terms of traffic and culture. I agree. I don't think we need another Meyer. They do not need to expand until they start fully staffing the stores that they already have with fairly compensated staff. Tearing down a unique and colorful place like Marvin's for this is ludicrous, and it would make the world a more joyless place.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Ace Houston. I've been a resident of Bloomfield and the surrounding Detroit metro area for a while, all my life. In regards to, forgive me if I'm repeating anything that anyone else has said too. There's been a lot of points made, but in regards to city planning, what I see of this plan is a very car-centric design, common in new development suburbs. Prioritizing parking lots, drive-throughs, commercial spaces where people have to spend money to exist over bike lanes, public green spaces like parks, and areas of family fun will make Farmington Hills simply one more indistinguishable cut-and-paste cookie-cutter suburb like the thousands about. And what we've seen of cities like this, while prioritizing the people with money for cars and personal transport is no crime in and of itself, they become unattractive, and furthermore, people that live in these cities without transportation become isolated. Cities like Sterling Heights and Canton come to mind for me, and the number of homeless people that I've seen and talked to in these cities that simply became trapped without a car to get to their job is astonishing. And it's heartbreaking. And those aren't just strangers, those are our neighbors. Myers and fast food places won't solve those. Empathetic and intelligent city planning will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin Wickline. I'm a fairly new resident of the area. I moved here back in January of this year. I've been to Marvelous Marvin's twice, but mostly I'm a little bit concerned with this proposal for the sake of Marvin's, but also based on some of the comments I was hearing, you guys had questions about, if there was enough parking space for the proposed Meyer, the lights, the traffic, the lack of sitting areas and common areas there. And I think it's really irresponsible to push through a proposal that hasn't gone through all of this stuff and thought through all of this stuff and replace a local landmark with an incomplete proposal. So, that's it.
Thank you for your comments.
Esteemed council, my name is Sean Brodney, and I'm also a recent resident. I noticed something about all of you. There's no rope on your wrists. There's no marks. You're not chained to your placards. You are representatives of the people of Farmington Hills. You have a choice. You get to decide these things. You get to decide whether you approve or don't zoning. I listened to you speak, each and every one of you. For, God, I lost track of the time. It felt like forever. About tiny details each of which sounded worse than the last. You spoke of filling a wonderful area with a soulless grocery store. You spoke of lighting of bicycles. Bicycles? Do you think that this is going to replace Marvin's? You are our representatives. Please, act like it. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Franco. I'm a resident of Detroit. I grew up in Dearborn. I've been coming to Farmington Hills since 2004 to see friends. And yes, I also love visiting Marvin's. I look forward to bringing my children and my friends' children to Marvin's in the future. Looking at the provided planning on the screens, I think the added greenery is wonderful. I think that the sidewalk should be brought in further for the safety of our young urban professionals and their bicycles. I really think that that would be a huge plus. I don't know what to make of the drive-through businesses in the area. I've seen many cities bring in the new shopping style, and yeah, I'm not a fan. Many of us have issue with the proposed building, Major C. I believe that many people would be thrilled to see a revised plan that doesn't impede on any current tenants in the shopping center there, or instead it adds value to the current tenants and all the surrounding residents. In regards to Meyer or whatever would be the largest proposed building tenant, I'd ask anyone who can decline the proposal, consider the additional large trucks that'll be making use of Orchard Lake, Northwestern, and 14 Mile. I've used the roundabouts here, including those two that people have mentioned earlier. At night, and without traffic, yeah, they're great. I don't know what morning rush hour looks like, though. It sounds miserable, but you guys would know more than me. I just think that they're great in low traffic density areas. As we've heard tonight, you don't control any of the tenants, but you do have an impact on who is and who is interested. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Locke. I've been a resident of Detroit for 10 years, but prior to that, I grew up in the Ferndale Oak Park area. When I turned 18, it was the summer of 2003, and unbeknownst to me, a bunch of my friends had set up a surprise birthday party for me at Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. And then it never happened, because the night of, half of the country lost power. And I've been complaining for 20 years about how I didn't get my 18th birthday party. But sitting here tonight, I realized that I actually wasn't upset about the party. I was upset that it was supposed to be at Marvin's. And yeah, I've been to Marvin's since. I can have my own party whenever I want. But realizing that just now, it took until tonight to realize that's what I've had the issue with this entire time. And also realizing that there are people who have stood up here tonight who weren't even born. I've been holding this grudge for longer than they've been alive because Marvin's means that much. So I know that's just a little anecdotal story, but it means a lot to me, and I hope that it means something to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello, my name is Claire Romanchuk, and I have been a community member of Farmington Hills since 2020. My fiance and I actually live in the Orchard Creek condominiums directly south of the Hunter complex. So I want to touch on a couple points. Primarily, a common topic of conversation that comes up is, yes, that plaza needs to be redeveloped. There's no, question about that. However, as the community has definitely stated, probably not with the proposed plan as it stands. To Ms. Danielle's point earlier, I would love to see walkability, community space, places to eat, sit, green space. I would love to see that taken into consideration as planning goes forward, because I know as someone who that is my closest walkable shopping center, that would make a huge impact on me personally, but I believe for the community as well. That is something we deeply lack, and that is something that, you know, to call myself within the young professional crowd, that is something that we're looking for as we determine where we want to spend our lives and put down roots. I love Farmington Hills, and I've fallen in love with it, and I would like to see it grow into community that I want to stay in, and that is something that would keep me. Now, another point of this is, yes, you've said to your point, you can, you know, approve, deny, whether things fall within codes, and you don't have the ability to determine how landlords manage their tenants within this development. Fair. So it seems now that the responsibility stands with us, the community, to work to make this change, to preserve Marvin's in perpetuity. Whether that is historical designation, I'm not sure, but as civically minded and active community members, it is on us to figure out how we can save and preserve this loved community pillar in our lives. So we need to figure out what our power is as citizens so that we are not beholden to the whims of corporate real estate companies who in turn are only beholden to their shareholders and bottom lines. Marvin's is more than a storefront and a dying strip mall. It is a widely beloved marvel that makes Farmington Hills a community worth living in, and I encourage you to deeply consider the will of the community as you work to approve these plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Mike. I promise I'm going to keep this short and sweet for everyone. I've been taking my son there ever since he was born. I've been going there for 20-some years. And Farmington Hills is one of the most beautifully architectured places that I've ever seen. And Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum is what gives it a lot of spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joseph No Snow, Nosnow, like that's snow. I am at 32800 Grand River Avenue in Farmington. I used to work for Marvelous Marvin back in the 80s. People from all over the world have come to Marvin's. Kids and families of all ages have come there. It's a tourist destination. I've seen truckloads of buses come in, of people coming to this wonder of a museum where people of all ages have gotten to enjoy Marvin's over the years. And I would not like to see that bulldozed. I'd like to see it either being part of the next part of the mall next door, if it has to come down, which I really don't want that to come, or maybe it can go into Bye Bye Baby, which is right next door to where he's at, or in one of the shops in there. But I beg of you that you take time to think this over and to deny Myers coming in, because Myers, they got these locations all over. We only got one Marvin's, and Marvin's has to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name's Aiden, and I live in West Bloomfield, and I'm 13 years old. I've been going to Marvin since the day I was born. It was my favorite place when I was little, and it continues to be it to this day. I used to love going to Marvin's with my dad, and now I love going out with friends to Buffalo Wild Wings, Menchie's, and then Marvin's. There's only one thing that cannot change in those dynamic threesome. Marvin's. It is, I cannot even describe how amazing it is to me and my friends and my family. And I'm smiling just coming out to see all these people in this room rallying in support of Marvin's. So I ask you to please reconsider and let Marvin stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's going to be a tough act to follow here. My name is Lee. I'm from West Bloomfield. That was Aiden. But first off, I'm Marvin's second cousin. I was at Marvin's the day it opened. I helped build the place. I worked there. We had birthdays there, family events. We did a lot there. I know Marvin would be over the moon with this turnout and everyone's reaction. So from the family, thank you. But 26,000 people signed a petition. When Marvin passed away, the comments on Facebook and on the news channels, Mr. Meyer, Mr. Total Wine, they're not getting that. Marvin was getting that. I think that's a big part here. I don't think Marvin would be upset with redevelopment. I think Marvin would say, let's be creative. How can everyone get what they need? So if you need to build a new Meyer and a Total Wine and whatever else is going there, fine, but find a way to keep Marvin's. They've been a tenant for 35 plus years. I don't know anyone else in the area that has done it for that long. And I do believe they'll be there for another 35. Marvin's son, Marvin's son's son, there's family to keep this going. And I really do think that needs to be thought about. Thank you. Amen.
Hello, my name is Justin Racklin from Beverly Hills. I've gone to Marvin's all my life. I realized that I haven't had the opportunity to take my son yet, and that really struck me. His grandfather has taken him. He's gone on trips from day camps, much like myself. Growing up, whenever there was a rain out of whatever outdoor event, the day camp ended up going. It was the movies or it was Marvin's, and let me tell you, most of us prefer to be Marvin's. I understand that the Meyer that's going in is likely the new style that they've put up in Royal Oak, 13 in Woodward, and it's not going to be as big and as grandiose as other Meyers, but it's not going to change what it's there for. And you've got plenty of others just like it in the area that probably do it a little bit better even. I mean, I don't know how long that it's been now since that one in Royal Oak's gone up, but what impact has that had on there? Has that actually made a difference? I don't know. But I will tell you that losing the cultural impact of Marvin's and the historical significance, not just of the business, but what it contains inside, you can't put a price on that. If there was some way to, as others have said, historically designated for protection, I would say that that's something that should be looked at, because there is more to it than just some arcade that some kids go to. It's a place of history, it's a place of learning, and it's a place of fun. It fills every single thing that we need as a culture for every single walk of life. I can't think of anything else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Cronkite. I'm from Allen Park, Michigan. A lot of the points that I was going to bring up have already been said. My parents are at the trade show that the owner is at right now. So I was going to give the Gen Z perspective. For context, the iPhone, the first one came out when I was 6 years old. So I remember a time before it, but most of my life has been with screens. And when me and my friends like to come up Southfield to this side of 96, we like to find somewhere to eat, look at houses we can't afford, and we go to Marvin's. We've had birthday parties here. I've been coming here my whole life. But I recently graduated from University of Michigan, College of Engineering and Computer Science. And I was on the computer science side of things, but we both talked about how not everything needs a screen these days. And even though that is bringing in a lot more jobs for me, it's hard getting newer people into just mechanical engineering, and that's really needed. Some of the most reliable stuff doesn't have a screen, it doesn't have software, and going to Marvin's sparks that sort of interest for the engineers that we need in Michigan. You can get rid of the chicken that plays tic-tac-toe. He's rigged. He's beaten me too many times. But keep Marvin's. That's all.
Thank you.
Chris Becker, West Bloomfield. When I was younger, I lived in Sterling Heights, and there was a Myers, okay? And I used to love going to Myers, okay? Myers has done a lot for the state. Their park on the west side is fabulous. They also had one store at 16 in Van Dyke. They put another store at 16 in DeQuinder, and probably overloaded the community with shopping places to go to. That store shut down on DeQuinder, okay? So this is a small town, city, okay? And there's places that a new Meijer could go into. There's been trades that happen with property, including Joe Louis Arena, turning over to apartments and stuff like that. So those kind of deals can be worked out with the city people in charge. But they also have museums, okay? There's a lot of great museums in Detroit, okay? And elsewhere. There's museums that are a building, okay? That's where it was created, and that's where it should stand. And all of the people, you know, oh, we're going to close and move the DIA over somewhere else so we can put a grocery store up. Doesn't seem like the right thing to do. This is a small town, and all of yous, each one of yous, have a vote in getting this all done and making this right, and people understanding that the museum, Marvin Museum, should stand the way it is, not be overtaken because of someone else's agenda to make money. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Nowak, and I have been a resident of Farmington Hills for 39 years. I'm the mother of 3 boys who cut the grass, raked the leaves, shoveled the snow, cleaned the garage, anything they needed to do to earn money and spend it at Marvin's. They never once asked to go to Myers or Target or Walmart or any of those to spend their money. They came home, when they grew up, they took their dates to Marvin's. When they got married, they took their wives. They now have children, they bring their children. They don't bring them here to go to the other stores. They come for Marvin's. My oldest son became a friend of Marvin and revered him and cried when Marvin died. I hate to see this place leave. This needs to stay. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hi.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Katie Muskowitz. I don't like public speaking, so bear with me. I'm here to speak out against the proposal to demolish existing businesses to put in a Meijer. Most of what I'm going to say, everyone's already said, but I grew up in Farmington Hills. I'm now raising my own family in Farmington Hills. I've watched the corner of 14 and Orchard Lake change many times over the course of my life. From the strip mall that took over the driving range, that sat on the opposite corner to Tally Hall, being turned into what we have today. My father once lived in a farmhouse owned by my grandfather, which sat where the McDonald's is now. He's in the audience, also still lives in Farmington Hills. My family has seen generations of change on this corner. Every time a developer came in and changed this corner, it took a piece of our city with it. Little by little, pieces were chiseled away until what was left was strip malls, big box stores, and corners that are interchangeable with any other corner in this country. This new proposed change will destroy what is left of the Farmington Hills I grew up in. The essence of my town will change. We no longer have the independent shops that I remember from my childhood. They've all moved out for similar reasons. They've all been replaced with national retailers who offer the same generic products. Please don't put the final nail in the coffin. The project in question is proposed to sit on what was once deemed the busiest and most dangerous intersection in Oakland County. With a Meijer sitting right at the heart of this intersection, what is stopping it from becoming as dangerous as it once was? There's a Meijer 5 miles to the west and 5 miles to the east. I have nothing against Meijer at all, but I ask you, how many do we need? I fear the increase in traffic on an already strained 14-mile road will do nothing but decrease the value of my own home, which sits right up against that road. It's not just the traffic I'm afraid of. The area surrounding the existing Meijer locations, Commerce and Southfield, show an increase in crime reports versus the areas directly outside. We, do not feel that the risk of increased crime and the guaranteed increase in traffic is worth it at all. The businesses that are in threat of demolition for this plan include Marvin's. I know everyone has talked about Marvin, but a place where we all literally grew up. This arcade is a staple of all of our childhoods. I think you guys need to hear this.
Please address the chair.
Okay. I hope you're listening.
Please address the chair.
In middle school, it was the place my brother would ride his bike to every weekend. It was his spot. It's where he felt safe. His place where he grew up and learned how to be independent and made friends outside of school. It was his safe space. He can't be here today because he lives out of town. He can't speak for himself, but I stand here today for him. For everyone who ever set foot in Marvin's and had the privilege of being made a better person because of it. Nobody in this room is without a fond memory of Marvin. It is the heart of Farmington Hills. You guys have the chance to make that change.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi there.
My name's Emily Moretsky. I'm of West Bloomfield Township, formerly of Windsor, Ontario, Canada. I grew up right behind Marvin's, right there in Hunter's Ridge, with my mother, a single mother with a child, me. I used to go there, and my father would come in from Windsor twice a week and bring me to Marvin's because, you know, you're not going to chill in your ex-wife's house with your child. That's not cute. Just question, how many of you here on the board are parents?
Your heart. You're not talking to the microphone.
I apologize. I'm normally told I'm too loud. So this is new for me. Just a question. How many of you are parents here on this board?
Our parents.
Parents. How many of you have children? How many? So, right, of course. Majority of you.
Daughter's birthday today. Want to wish her happy birthday?
Happy birthday to them.
She went to Marvin's too.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As a child of, I'm going to try not to cry.
Your statement, please.
All right,
Your statement, please. Your statement, please.
Please. I'm trying.
Okay, please. Go ahead. Your time's running.
You're being really rude, and I'm trying to tell you why this place means so much to me, and how how saving small businesses is what keeps our area unique and interesting and fun, and having giant corporations doesn't help anything. Yes, it has more jobs. Fantastic. But do you know how many 16-year-olds get their first job at Marvin's? You're staring at one of them. So I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, besides just saving a business everybody loves, save small businesses. As a child of someone whose family owns a small business, all I can ask you to do is that. Just save small businesses. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Schellberg. My family and I have been residents here for about 40 years now. And as you all already mentioned, there's not really much you guys can do as far as RPT will, decide for whether Marvin will be a tenant and continuing forward or not. So I understand I can't really address the representative here, but I would like to speak to them directly, I guess, through you guys in this microphone. So not too long ago, just north of Marvin's, there was a Kroger that moved into where a family grocery store and a drugstore used to be, and it closed within the year, mostly because there really wasn't a draw to that area, And that area has been, Old Orchard has been getting, better business since, but it's been struggling for quite a while. I don't know if the gentlemen at RPT are familiar with Walt Disney, very famous businessman. Forget what the company has done, but he as a businessman had an idea called a weenie. And that was something that, as he defined it, was an attraction, something that drew your eye and drew your attention to a certain area. That is what Marvin's is. You have a built-in weenie in that shopping area. And, everyone's here has already spoken and told this, people nationwide know of Marvin's. People come from all over the world. There are YouTube channels, books. I've met people at Universal, at Disney, in the entertainment industry, at IAPA, who all know Marvin's. Last I checked, there's 27,000 supporters in support of Marvin's that have signed a petition, and that was within 48 hours. There are groups, internationally recognized musicians such as Rush, Eminem, ICP, Tally Hall, and even David Copperfield all knew Marvin and know of Marvin's, okay? I personally have shopped at Bed Bath & Beyond. I've stopped at Five Below. I get my haircuts at Floyd's because I know that I can go to Marvin's. I go to that area because I know I'll get to go play pinball or just go see and revisit Marvin's. Okay, the number of people here should be a glimpse of the people who go to that area in that shopping center for Marvin's, who go there. Now, I understand for them, it's partially about money and building up a good community and having good residents, having good tenants there. But really, by all means, do that. But you have a golden opportunity here to promote Marvin's, to promote your new development, and to build up new tenants with the draw of Marvin's and the history and the traffic that it inherently creates. So many businesses have come and gone from that area, but Marvin's has remained, and there is a reason for that. It's not a very lucrative business. In fact, I knew Marvin personally, and he would tell me that he often spent as much as he got in. It's a passion, it's an attraction. So, here's your opportunity, RPT, to go in the opposite direction. Be proud of having this unique place as a tenant and leverage it. Go further, leverage it. Marvin's is what will set you apart and set this area apart for the tenants that you plan on moving in. It's something that you can use to enhance those businesses, your business, and those of the tenants. If the building needs to be rebuilt, do everything you can to help them rebuild it in the same location or very close by. Give them a decades-long lease. Keep them at all costs. Back to Walt Disney, you have a weenie. You have one that pays to be there. Use it. I understand you're being acquired by Kimco. And
Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Miriam Gould. My question to all of you is, number one, I'm a resident of Farmington Hills since my son Adam was 4 years old. I've had birthday parties at Marvin's. I love Marvin's. But aside from that, I live near 14 Mile Road between Drake and Farmington Road. The noise, since you fixed that road, even at night or 5:30 in the morning, has gotten louder. There are people speeding. There are trucks driving. Now you're going to put in a Myers that's going to have trucks coming at night? How dare you think of that? That is a mistake. Do a sound study. Do a parking study. Do a roundabout study. How are they going to get those trucks around that roundabout? Shame on all of you for entertaining this. The last thing I want to say is that you said it's zoned residential 2, which does not mean a drive-through. What if they put a Chick-fil-A in there? There's not enough driving room in there. Think about it. I don't understand you. Have you driven by the Chick-fil-A near Costco on Schoolcraft? Have you seen it? The cars are a zillion miles long. Think about it. What is wrong with people? We don't need a Meijer and a drive-through. I just don't understand you. There is plenty of studies you have not done. Parking, driving safety, loudness of trucks going in there. You said that they're going to take something closer to that apartment building, Hunter's Ridge. How can that be allowed to be closer to Hunter's Ridge? And you're going to have trucks in the back, and then in the other part that's facing Orchard Lake Road, you're going to pretend that the scenery will be covered where they put their garbage cans? Please. That is ridiculous thinking. I really think that you are making the biggest mistake. And like I've said, I have lived in this town and I love it, but I don't like this idea at all, period. And I hope Marvin's wins.
Speaker?
My name is Ben Feinstein. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills. I live on Haggerty and 13 Mile, and I'd just like to say that not only Marvin's, but that entire plaza was my childhood. That CPK that's closed, that I know Borders as a whole closed years ago, but I used to go to Borders there, and then it was replaced by Bye Bye Baby, which was owned by Bed Bath & Beyond, which is no longer there. I feel like just a lot of the stuff that's there, a lot of the places that are there have been closing for the last, few years, and I'd love to see, not another Meijer there, because like people said, we don't need another Meijer. We need more, I don't know, small businesses or even just big chain restaurants. Yeah, minor attractions. Like, give us another good pizza place to go to on that corner. Give us another
Marvin's. Add something there that means something to other people, rather than just tearing it all down for a grocery store.
Your name, please? Your name, please?
You don't need my name.
Yeah, I do. I do need your name.
Gabatha Foster.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Anyway.
We need something that brings people together. We're supposed to be a community. Where's that community if we tear it down for a grocery store? Where's our community when we don't have a safe place to go to? We need safe places. We need another thing to make us known on the map. We have Marvin's. Why can't we have something else? Why can't we have a small chain of beautiful things in an area where we can go and spend an afternoon? What are we gonna do with our kids when we can't take them to Marvin's because you guys decided that we needed another grocery store? We got way too many grocery stores. I can't think of how many times we try to find something to do and all that we see on Google Maps is grocery stores after grocery stores. Marvin's is the only good thing around here and you guys want to take that away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, before I start my time, can we get the map back up on the screen?
Yeah, let me. Sure. Do you have comments you want to make, or, okay. So while we're waiting for the technical issue to be addressed, your planning commission, we're appointed volunteer residents from the community. A couple of comments were made about your representatives. I guess we are, but we're appointed. We're like you. We volunteer to serve the community and to go to meetings like this. When proposals come to us, this is America. We don't direct people to send things, Myers to us or anything else. That is derived through the market, free capitalism. It comes to us. We have laws that we're duly obliged to uphold. We take an oath to uphold the laws of the community, the state, and the Constitution. So you guys give us a lot of credit for a lot of things. We're just trying to deal with what's been presented to us as a community and whether it makes sense or not. And a lot of us up here, we've been to Marvin's. I've been to Marvin's back in the 80s. I met them. I knew them. I worked at the city. We helped them actually from Tally Hall to go there. So there's been community support for that business. We all feel the same way that you do and your passion for this business. But we're also dealing with, and we appreciate your passion, your love for it, but we're also dealing with change and what comes to us. and we can't ignore it. So I wanted to make that point. We're not proposing this. These are things that we react to, but we have a master plan and we try to anticipate future things. And we'd certainly like to put in our community things that bring people together, other than public hearings like this where people aren't happy. So,
That's the problem. You have no study of nothing. Entertain a motion. You're not gonna go.
well, yeah, okay, okay.
So you don't sit there and tell us
No, no.
what's it gonna do. You have no study up here. You did not give us nothing. Please,
Okay.
don't sit there and be,
I-
oh, we have to do what's right.
Sir, excuse me, you're out of order. So that was my only point in the interlude that I wanted to make that point to the public. Our role. This is kind of the first time we've seen the plan and we're reacting to it from this meeting and the public hearing. You're asking us to be a lot further advanced than we are in terms of studies and things. Let me finish. Sir, you're out of order. You're out of order. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the general public. And I'm not engaging in a discussion. What I'm saying is, this is a part of the process. This is due process. This is America. When people come in and they have an idea, we entertain it. We look at our laws, see if it fits, and if it doesn't, we tell them it doesn't, or if it does, we work with people. So part of that is for us to get public input from the folks who have been there or are passionate about it. But we also have to be mindful of what our laws are and what we have a sworn obligation to do. And that's where we're at. So all of us up here appreciate the passion and the love for this business. If they didn't have a plan and they terminated that relationship with them tomorrow, there's nothing this group could do about it, nor could you blame us for it. So, well, I'm hearing a little bit of that. So the point is, we want to get the input so we can make a decision once a plan is presented. Thank you for the point of privilege to let the chair say a few words about it. I just wanted to kind of bring that back a little bit. Sir, you still have your 3 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. My name's Eric Wolf. I grew up at Maple and Orchard. My wife and I now live in downtown Farmington. A couple things I want to talk about. We've all are here to rally for Marvin's, which is great. But from a logistics standpoint of this proposal, I think there's a significant amount of flaws. They're looking at putting that B2 to a B3 for a drive-through. It sits directly next to a current drive-through. We've seen backups at 12 Mile and Orchard Lake with 2 drive-throughs back-to-back. I think by also decreasing the amount of parking in that lot, by moving that building forward and losing the parking that's now non-existent tenants, you're pushing those 3 buildings that are on the southeast side even further into that parking lot, causing more congestion. Just from a logistics standpoint, I don't think this makes sense in the community. I think from a tenant standpoint, I understand that you guys have no say as far as who can and who can't be tenants. From an economic standpoint, I know that you guys, would love to save Marvin's and put them somewhere else, but it's not about that. It's really about the planning committee and the approval or the denial of this plan. There's a few flaws in it that would make a community impact as a negative, and I think that if we take a look at the proposed plan with both the 4 big box stores, which are unnecessary for the community. You've got reduced parking by moving that proposed Meijer, even if it is something else. But that first building on the right-hand side, moving that forward, you're losing that parking as well too. So I think there's some logistical issues that you have within the community on top of that new roundabout, which is going to be a learning curve for the residents here, and it still is. I mean, it's a challenge to navigate. It definitely hasn't cut down on congestion, which we appreciate, but it's definitely a challenge there. If you're looking at putting 4 big box retailers on the backside, you're going to have increased big box traffic, whatever that may be, whether it is a Meijers, whether it is a Total Wine. Those are great. We're at Total Wine every other week. I mean, it's phenomenal in Northville. I don't think we need one locally here. They want to talk about redeveloping that area. I think it's a great idea, but there's a significant amount of emptiness in their tenants currently. So if they can't attract those individuals to fill their current leases, they're looking at removing the people that are paying to bring in 4 retailers that potentially could be there at some point. In the front area of the QSR, that's the last thing Farmington Hills needs is more QSR restaurants on top of adding another drive-through with it. You go up any further up the street towards 14 and 15, there's enough right there. So I don't really think that there's a plan to bring tenants in there that would make a community impact. Sure, would a crumble cookie be nice, or another, small coffee shop? Awesome. But at the end of the day, that's not what's going to happen. In that back area where that proposed Meijer is, there was a QSR there that closed. That tenant has been non-existent since it's closed. It was Qdoba. There's another sandwich shop right there as well. Nothing has really been fulfilled by the tenants in order to replace those. So by demolishing the current tenants and looking at other individuals that we can perceive as an economic positive for the community, I don't see that happening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Perrott. I am a citizen of Livonia. First off, I want to thank each and every one of you for your patience that you have shown us tonight. We are an exceptional community. We love Marvin's. Boisterous is a word you could use to describe us. Out of respect to the patience that you have shown us all night long, I will be as brief as I possibly can. Mackinac Island would not demolish the Grand Hotel to build a Meijers. Frankenmuth would not demolish Bronner's to build a Meijers. Farmington Hills must explore any available option that can allow Marvin's to continue in its place of being. And if you do not consider Marvin's a gem of this state, alongside the Grand Hotel, alongside Bronner's, I ask you, please, please look inside your heart and look for a place, look for a way forward that a piece of history of this city and this state can continue to exist. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angie Smith. I am on your Farmington Public School Board. So I am here to applaud you all for the work that you are doing and the time that you are taking to listen to our community. I've been a resident of Farmington Hills for 27 years. So I'm not from Livonia, Madison Heights, Dearborn. I'm from here. I had 3 daughters that grew up in this community, 35, 30, and 25. My oldest one, that's where she would go and have her dates, and I loved it because I knew where her dates had their hands on those machines. My middle one had her birthday party there and told everybody that Marvin was her cousin. Look at me and look at Marvin's family. But at the end of the day, those kids thought we were rich because we had her party there. Now, my youngest one couldn't stand that place because they had a great big bull, and my husband used to tease her and say, oh, look, look, look. Well, Marvin actually walked her through and taught her not to be afraid. I'm speaking tonight to let this community know, here, and as well as all of you, that I'm a little long in the tooth, but we used to use that building for our students to go and tour and go on field trips, as we did with the Holocaust Museum and other things in our community. I am not here to tear you all down, but I want to explain to you, with what we are dealing with our students with mental health issues, this is a place for our students need to go and be who they are. We've heard stories of children with abuse. We have heard of students that are now engineers and everything else. But I applaud you all because I sit in that seat on a Tuesday night and I deal with this too. All I ask is that you make sure, because the infrastructure, it is bad. The only thing you still got over there, but I don't want you to move, is Saks. Please take the time to listen to the community, which you all do, and I know a lot of you personally. I didn't know about this until last night. And then my daughters text me and said, Mom, they're closing it. Well, the baby was like, good, because I don't have to look at that buffalo anymore. But she joked, But it's a trait, it's a family tradition here. After my divorce, I took my first boyfriend there. Guess what? We broke up now. But at the end of the day, I want you all to know, and I'm making light of this because we've been here all night. We do need to save this, build it, take it somewhere else, but save this for our students. Save this for our children and for my kids that I fight for in Farmington Public Schools. And that's my time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Krent. I'm a planning commissioner in the city of Troy. And although I have lived here in Farmington Hills years ago, my son is the one that brought this to my attention, tonight's meeting. And I'm, in addition to a planning commissioner, I'm a scout leader. And I brought my Cub Scouts to Marvin's years ago, including my son. And that's why he was startled to see this headline about Marvin's being demolished. I don't think we're there yet, but what's important to know is the things my son talked about, the memories. It's a safe place. He talked about mental illness problems in K through 12 students and how this is a safe place. I've heard that from other people. Importantly, it's a unique place. And you all know this, I don't have to remind you, but what makes a city, a destination place? It's being its uniqueness. And if you slowly chip away a city's uniqueness, you end up with a generic city. I don't think you want that. So one final thought, because this is a planned unit development, you can impose conditions in your resolution. And we have, in the city of Troy, imposed conditions on some of our PUDs, like a heritage tree. We saved a historical tree. I think you can save an historical establishment like Marvin's. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Schuring. I am a 28-year resident of Farmington Hills and a lifelong resident of Oakland County. I agree with everything that people are talking about with Marvin's and the lack of a need for big box stores. I do agree that we need to look at that development because it does need some revitalization, but it doesn't need revitalization at the expense of a nostalgic and historic piece of history in our community. The woman that came up here and some gentlemen that came up here and talked about traffic studies, sound studies, noise studies, whatever you want to call them, that is critical. That roundabout at 14 in Orchard Lake is terrible. The roundabout that was just put in between the two complexes on Orchard Lake Road, I avoid that at all cost when I possibly can. It has limited visibility and limited leadway, and now you want to redevelop this in a manner that's not going to be productive for the residents here. When you say you can't tell people, deny what stores or establishments are going in there, you can ask to go back to the drawing board and think of a more effective, community-based environment that's going to benefit the people here in Farmington Hills and draw in more community involvement. And I appreciate the time that you've let everyone speak tonight. I know it's been a long evening, but I am going to tell you that whether it's Farmington Public Schools or the City of Farmington Hills, we are allowed to speak, but many times our voices go unheard because the decisions, what we say doesn't make a difference because the decisions are already made. The decisions are already predetermined, and it's disappointing. And this is probably the first time I've spoken up to say that in years, because the voices don't matter, whether it's a school closure or a redevelopment project. I can't stand Orchard Lake and 14 Mile Road. And it's disappointing because we could draw people to this community without big box stores. And I hope you pay attention to the crime aspect too, and do those studies that people are imploring you to do. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Ivy. I live in Rochester Hills. I've been a resident of Oakland County my entire life, and I have gone to Marvin's my entire life. I also travel often. I run a successful blog and am known in different communities. And one of the things that I know is that I have people traveling from around the world to come to my house and hang out, and they want to go to Marvin's. From Brazil, the Netherlands, several different places here in the country. My brother's kids just visited from Vermont, and their first request was to go to Marvin's when they were in town. Marvin's is a wonderful place, and it's a small business that puts a lot of its money back into its business. So to be forced into a move to change location, it would cost them a lot of money on top of it, which is not always in consideration when a company is being forced into a move. They just spent money in renovations less than 2 years ago, putting in new carpeting, cleaning the place up, fixing up the windows, getting artwork done for the place. And I would hate to see them have any financial needs altered and hurt by the decisions made by the place where they're located. I know, again, that this is not the decision here, but what I would like to bring up is that in so many countries, buildings that have museums or have a mark of history are reserved. They're not just torn down for the new. They're kept up, they're taken care of, and they're kept around for future generations. I would hope that we could reserve some here, as I've watched many, many buildings that I've loved going to throughout my life get torn down for new big corporations or just a new shopping center. My favorite mall from my youth is now no longer there. And now it looks like one of my favorite places going that I've gone to throughout my entire life, including recently, is in one of those sections. So I just ask to please find a way to reserve history. Also, about the roundabouts, on my way here, I was almost hit in one of those. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of those either. But thank you guys for your time. Do you want to add?
My name's Mickey Ivy. I've been going there since it was Tally Hall. We used to, that was when I was a kid. Tally Hall was what we all went to. And then we would go next door to Tokyo Steakhouse where they had a waterfall and bridges. It was very creative. And it's all that's left of Tally Hall is now Marvin's. And it's what Marvin put together, and Marvin's no longer here. So Jeremy can put it together, but, you know, it's his presence there. So it's hard to see that piece of history. When you go to Meyer, you got the pictures of their history on the wall and that, and you know, this is a good chunk of history here. I now do sculpt work for Disney, and I travel all over, and everywhere I go, I still run into people who go, oh my God, you've gone to Marvin's? So it's something that definitely is very important. You guys need to put a historical marker on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers during the public hearing? Would you like to speak? Okay. Name, please.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Trapp. I've been a resident of Farmington Hills since I was in 4th grade. I love the community. I live just off of 14 Mile and Farmington Road, and I'm sitting among my neighbors who live in the same area. I'm also here representing my neighbors who couldn't be here tonight. And I just want to address our concerns about increasing traffic in that area. I hate the time it takes me to get home now, just traveling along Orchard Lake and 14 Mile. So I ask the panel here to please continue with your efforts to study the impact of any businesses that are going to increase the traffic in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Comments from the public regarding this item? If not, if you already spoke.
If you want
I'll
to.
close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. Back to, yes.
Usually let the developer.
Yeah, we're getting there.
You got a question?
Now, we got a question?
I have a question for
You
the
have a question
developer.
before the developer.
For the developer.
Okay, let's have the developer come up. Given what you heard from the public, we'd be interested in we would all be interested in your kind of response and thoughts.
Yeah. So I want to echo your comments. I am truly blown away and appreciate the community's commitment and support to Marvin's. I heard multiple times about Marvin surviving the Great Recession and the pandemic, and that was in no small part to our partnership and commitment to Marvin's in the past. And as I said earlier, we'll continue to work with Marvin's and any of the impacted tenants at the development that want to be forward. We're not closing Marvin's down. We'll continue to work with all of our tenants at the center. That being said, I don't want to be dismissive of all of their comments, but I did want to address some of the comments that were raised earlier that are a little bit more germane to some of what the planning board is dealing with.
Danielle, would you like to ask your question before he goes through his question? What his comments are may answer your question, or do you want him to go ahead?
No, it doesn't have, what he's gonna answer is what we said earlier, and it's different. Can you tell me how many stores are slated for the current design of Hunter Square?
The entirety of the center?
The entirety.
I mean, I couldn't give you a firm number particularly because some of those outlots could be single tenant or multi-tenant.
Not the outlots, not what you want to do. Today,
Yeah.
how many
tenants are currently in the center?
how many tenants can be? If you were completely full, how many tenants could be in that building today?
If you can give me a second, I can.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at the plan.
Current building, if occupied, fully occupied.
If it was fully occupied.
Today, there's 37 spaces in the entirety of the center.
37. And last I checked, round about 28 are full, or maybe a little less than that.
I think that sounds about right. I know we have about 200,000 square feet of vacancy.
So today, the expectation of 14 at Orchard Lake is to be full of 37 stores. Your expectation for traffic and the change or loudness would not change if a Myers was going there. Not that I'm advocating for a Myers, but we are talking about a current existing strip mall, a mall that has 37 stores already in it, and many of them are slated big box stores. So we're not changing, or the idea, if I get this correctly, is not to change that idea. You still want to put stores in there, and yes, there could be a focus on getting some small business owners there. That would be awesome, especially where the restaurants could be concerned. But you're not looking to change the current running of the strip mall as it exists. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. The changes in use are the requests that we've made with regard to uses that are available at B3 that are not at B2, which, as we said, that's the use of a drive-through, large form entertainment space, veterinary and medical clinic, but no significant change. And there's also no significant change to the overall square footage pre and post development. And then to answer some of the other questions that were raised, we've also completed and provided traffic studies and done sound studies as well. So we have looked at the impact of the redevelopment on the community and versus what's existing there today. I also want to add just one more piece that I think is clear to the board, but I don't know that it is to the community. Again, that the Meyer is in no way impacting Marvin's. It's on the complete opposite end. It is not germane to Marvin's. It doesn't impact their space. It is a separate piece of the redevelopment. So it's not an either or, and I don't want that to be confusion among the community.
Okay, thank you. And
Barry.
A simple question. I think I already know the answer. I'm going to ask it anyway. As the landlord, are you willing to offer Marvin's a space within the complex if anywhere else in the complex?
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna talk with all of our tenants if they're impacted.
You're willing
if
to
they're-
offer him space in the complex, you're not just gonna throw him out?
No, we will, I mean, we'll have to work out, I mean, there's two businesses that are gonna have to negotiate with each other, but we're not.
I understand that.
But yeah, but we're not throwing them out, no, we're not closing them down and throwing them out.
Please. Don't, first of all, don't engage the audience in a discussion of their questions. If we hear something, we'll ask that question to the proponent. So, very good question. So right now you have a proposal before us to make an investment in Farmington Hills. You have vacancies in your complex. Certainly, if you're a profit motivated individual or company, you want to fully occupy that building and address the city's concerns with regard to wastewater, runoff, traffic, and all that sort of thing. And we'll see the requisite studies as this thing goes forward. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
So, and what I'm hearing is you're in discussion with all your tenants. Has anybody been given notice that their lease has been terminated?
No.
Okay. So what's before us right now is a proposal the Planning Commission's considering that that has B2 implications and some B3, which would allow a drive-through and some setback issues that would vary from the B2 designation, for which a PUD would be used to negotiate some sort of development. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's the spirit of this, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the public comments have been very informative to me. Obviously, we know there's passion out there, longstanding business, and we certainly would hope there would be fruitful negotiations, discussions with all your tenants, and especially Marvin's. It has a long history in our community. But what we're faced with, which is a good thing for our community, is that we have somebody who's wants to make an investment in our community. I assume, do you have a cost estimate of what your investment is in our community?
We do.
Wait a minute, and I'll finish my comment. I'm not going to ask you to say, but it's things that support our schools, our law enforcement, our public services in our community, which is a positive. So that's the positive your planning commission is looking at, as well as hearing the comments from the public and the desire to keep Marvin. So we will, my sense is.
Come on, sir.
So I'll conclude my comments with that. John, Tangi.
My direct question to you is, we're talking about Marvelous Marvin. We're talking about space for it. My question is, could it remain where it is? That as far as all that space moving out, I think it would be very difficult for it to relocate to a different location.
I mean, I don't know at this point how, but we will have that communication with them as a tenant. I mean, this is a prospective plan with, some spaces that we have negotiated, contingent leases with, and some that are not.
But your current plan does not include it remaining where it is.
What's that?
Your current plan, does it?
I wouldn't say that that's the case, but again, it's dependent on what they want to do, what they can do.
You're out of order. Stop. If you continue, you'll be removed. It's our time now. We listened to the public for 2 hours. We've had public hearing. 3 hours. We're trying to get thank you, John, 3 hours. So now we're trying to get information since we're in a position to make a decision on this. Could you please afford us the opportunity to get information without lobbying, advocating a certain position? Because we're trying to play it straight down the middle. Barry.
Well, and I'm looking at the suggested motion, and I thought there was some pullback on, are you not going to do any of the lot splits? Is that taken off the table?
Yes. We are not going to do the lot splits.
Okay, so we're going without the lot splits.
We're going to do it without lot splits.
Okay, because that would change the motion. That's why I asked the question.
So where are we? Joe?
I'll ask one more question.
Yeah.
So obviously, there's a lot of feeling here that Marvelous Marvin's is a fairly important place to keep open. Could you tell us what kind of discussions you've had, or you really haven't gotten to that point yet?
We have had conversations with them in terms of they've seen the plan, that we will have open dialogue with them. We're too early in the process for us to be negotiating any kind of change or relocation. They have a lease that has a natural expiration, whether they hit that or not. We are working with them. We have not terminated them. We haven't shut them down. We don't intend to shut them down, and we'll work with them on, a location as well. Like I said, all of the tenants within the center that want to be part of Hunter Square going forward, we are open for business for conversation with those tenants.
But I have to say the other thing, having said that, in deference to another planning commissioner, there's nowhere, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, there's nowhere in the PUD ordinance that we can stipulate a contractual condition of tenancy between an owner and a tenant?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so everybody should be aware of that. We can't require it through zoning, even in a PUD contract, or excuse me, PUD agreement between the city and this developer that they must put Marvin's in there. So everybody should go into this with open eyes.
Yeah, you're looking at the use, you're looking at the physical redevelopment. You are not considering grocery store, amusement center.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. That's what we're doing. That's the job of a planner in the community.
I have a
Private
question.
businesses have to make their arrangement amongst them, between themselves, okay? We've heard from the public, and we know what the public desires. Yes?
I have a question. For
Okay, Barry to
the
Tom?
attorney. Is it part of a motion, are we required to list the PUD requirements that are in the ordinance? Or have we already done that before this? I don't know that we did it yet. We have to have reasons to have a PUD. There's not a PUD right now.
You are correct, yeah.
So I have to make reference to several, there were
Find them on,
there's
yeah,
about 4 or
page-
5 of them.
Yeah, page 3, I think, of the planning report.
2, there's 3, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mr. Chairman, I have is it okay?
Yes, go.
How willing are you to put some kind of common area in your redevelopment? One of the things that we talk about as important to the city are walkable areas, but not just being able to walk, but to actually have a place to congregate. If you want people to come into the shops and you're thinking cafes or things like that, there ought to be some places that they could enjoy the outdoors.
So we wanted to increase walkability and connectivity throughout the site. But as far as congregating locations and spacing, one of the designs that we felt was a useful and logical place to put it was connecting the sidewalk along Old Orchard, or along Orchard Lake, excuse me, directly into the plazas between the out parcels, where there'll be locations for potential public art. There will be seating. You'll have restaurant and retail. So those seem like the most logical and useful places to put spaces for common area, as opposed to, along the storefronts where, from just a design perspective and a use perspective, it didn't feel like that would be as useful or desirable for the community to have
So kind of
in front of store openings.
from your perspective in the design then, like the larger brown area is more department store-ish type things, and restaurants are the outer lots, and that'll be the only place where you could sit. But those places that you could sit would be owned and regulated by the people who own the restaurants there. Is that accurate?
The common area between them?
Yes.
No, those would be common area.
Those would be common public
Yes.
spaces.
I mean, we will, depending on who the user is, they may want some outdoor seating, and then with that, we can proposed locations where they can have private outdoor seating that's dedicated to their restaurant, but those common areas are meant to be common areas for the
everyone.
use of visitors.
Stephen?
Okay, you brought up outdoor seating. Would the zoning allow for that? I know COVID changed some rules, but it used to be that outdoor seating had to be approved in certain zones. So if they're looking at outdoor seating, do we need to make that part of this PUD?
No, that wouldn't be a modification. That would be a permitted accessory
It
use
would
in
be?
the B2 district. Yep.
Yeah, as long as there's a building between it and the nearby residential.
Yeah.
More questions? Barry? Yeah.
Do you have a question? I don't have a question.
You don't have a
I want to move along.
Oh, okay. I just have a clarifying question. What's the current square footage of Marvin's?
I believe it's 5,300 square feet.
55. Okay, thank you.
Good?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Barry?
I'd like to make a motion. I move to recommend to City Council that the plan unit development 2023, including site plan 67-9-2023, both dated September 15, 2023, submitted by Timothy Collier, be approved because the plans are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the master plan and the applicable provisions of the plan unit development option in section 34-3-20 of the zoning ordinance. And that would be, under the ordinance, it would be sections I, V, VI, and VII. Is that okay? All right. The commission has, the commission has no objections to proposed property lines, which will be addressed in conjunction with the final PUD plan and the PUD agreement. Modification of zoning ordinance requirements is indicated on the proposed plan. Further modifications of zoning ordinance requirements and the following conditions: that the proponent clarify the distance between the order window and the pickup window in the G section, which was recommended by Giffords-Webster. Let's see, that there'd be less intensity of lighting, and also on the recommendation of Giffords-Webster, and that the lighting near the residential be downlit and shielded, that there be a hedge along Orchard Lake Road near the drive-through restaurant to block headlights along Orchard Lake Road, that there be bicycle racks be placed as a part of the plan, that anything else that was recommended by Giffords-Webster be included in the PUD, and that the proponent offer Marvin's a space within the complex.
Support.
Mr. Chair.
Samus?
You don't really have the authority to impose the final condition.
It's a PUD agreement. We can ask, it doesn't say he has to give it to him, he just has to offer.
Through the chair, it's not a land use related condition, and I don't think you have the ability to impose it.
So, okay. Steve?
So one of the things in Giffords-Webster was asking or talking about the stacking not being defined. Does your proposal waive the stacking, or?
Oh, he'd have to define it as a part of the plan.
He has to stay within the stacking requirements.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm having a stare off with the city attorney.
Through the chair, we cannot compel a contractual relationship between two private people.
Right. Can't. So we established that earlier, and they could do that tomorrow regardless of this plan and terminate that we have no control of. And we don't have control of it the next day. So I don't want to give the public the expectation somehow we control that. We don't.
We don't. I know we don't control
To educate
that.
the public, we have no control of that. We have a plan before us that proposes a reinvestment and revitalization of that center. He's on record saying they're still in discussions with those folks and that he has not terminated a lease. That's all we can hope for. That's all we can hope for. And we can't put in an agreement something that's not enforceable.
Okay.
That if we go to court, we'll go
That is
spend
the
money and
reason
lose.
why I asked the question before, are you in negotiations with them to renew for the
That's fine.
space?
That's fine.
And he said yes.
We still can't impose that in the
Okay,
PUD.
then I'll withdraw that one.
Thank you.
Okay, you're withdrawing that one, the last proviso of your motion.
Right.
John,
I'm good with that.
you're good with that? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing, yes, you have discussion.
I would just like to say that I wish there was a way to formally recognize this as a culturally valuable asset to the city. But what I'm basically hearing is that cannot affect our decision tonight. That's what I'm hearing.
We can't do it here through this process.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so everybody knows. We know,
Got
and the
it.
public knows. Everybody knows.
But he's
Okay.
also on the record of saying that he's going to offer.
That's been made.
Which is the best that we can do at this
It's
point
been
in
made.
time.
I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion passes it. It will go, this recommendation will go to city council, contact the planning office with regard to date and time it goes to city council.
You guys don't want to sit there and put the,
Get him out of here.
you.
Who seconded that last motion?
Okay, John, it was moved by
John
Jerry,
Triffitt? Okay.
seconded by John. This will be scheduled at some future date to city council, our recommendation on this PUD plan. Thank you very much for coming tonight, folks. We are going to take a 10-minute adjournment.
Thank you.
And then we'll
Moving ahead to city council.
we're going to adjourn.
You guys are new. You guys are terrible.
Are you here for? If you're not gonna
Have a nice day.
We're adjourned for 10 minutes. Come to me. I'll talk to you. Come to me. Come, I'll talk.
This guy would already met.
I know we couldn't get away with it, but
interested in that.
I scheduled a 9 a.m. meeting.
3 hours of sleep.
John, 3 hours sleep in the last.
My dad's coming over to do a painting.
Oh, you
Try not to get in your way.
You're welcome.
See ya.
Not too bad.
Okay, John?
Way back, I got locked out and I couldn't get back in. Go back.
You already ate yours?
Well, I left this one because I don't like it.
Yes.
You want more?
I do. All right, you can have those. I don't like
Okay, welcome back. Now we're at the regular meeting business part. Staff, if we can.
Close the doors.
We close those doors. Can we get, that'd be great. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you, officer.
Probably should put on some glasses so I can
Thanks,
see.
guys. Okay, we're on 5B, revised site plan 52-1-2021. Location is 27745 Orchard Lake Road. Proposal, construction of addition to rear of existing gas station, convenience store building in ES Expressway Service Zoning District. Action requested is site plan approval. That's what we're asked to look at tonight. And the applicant owner is the Three Orchards Real Estate LLC. Staff, who we start with?
We'll start with me.
Mr. Tangari.
And in deference to the time of night, I am going to focus only on the bold
Yes,
text
please.
in my
That would
letter.
be
So,
grand.
basically, this was approved a couple years ago.
They're still here.
They got a variance, a couple variances for some setbacks, and they are requesting an amendment to that site plan to go further into those setbacks. That will require a return trip to the Zoning Board of Appeals. The setbacks, for your edification, are the required rear yard setback is 20 feet. They're proposed at 5. The required side yard setback is also 20 feet. The existing was 11.95. They're proposing at 5 feet there as well. Again, they received variances back when this was originally reviewed. They will need to obviously go back to the Zoning Board of Appeals to get variances that reflect the new degree of encroachment. But that's really it. That's the meat of it. We have a couple of small notes about other standards, but those are things that can be worked out with a reference to our letter.
Okay, any questions from Mr. Tangari from the Planning Commission? Okay, I'd like to turn it over. Yes, Barry.
The only question is that I know this got approved before, it went to ZBA before. It's got to go back to ZBA no matter what we do.
Right. That's true, yeah.
Right. And we can do a conditional?
You can.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, Barry. Thank you very much. The proponent? The proponent here would like to brief overview and kind of where you're at.
My name is Ghassan Abdenour from JV and Associates.
Good evening.
Architect. How are you guys? I mean, I'm sure it was a long night, and there's no Marvin next to us. So we have with us the owner and the builder here with us. And thank you for having us here tonight. We got this approval, the first approval, we got it in 2010. And after that, we got another approval in 2021. And the reason why it get delayed since 21, because there was a bunch of work was done on Orchard Lake with the entrance to the new senior living and to the restaurant. We connected these 3 areas. So the owner worked with the city, with the engineering department. So now we have a separate entrance on the side. And now we're gonna end up canceling the 2 entrances we have that we discussed it before, and we're creating one entrance at the center. And that entrance helps the circulation in the gas station. And the only thing actually we're asking here tonight, we did get variance for 5 feet variance on the back, on the side. And we kept our variances now, but the only thing we did is we made the building a little bit straighter. We had a jog in it, and we had a box, we had a cooler, so we said, let's have the cooler and the jog all inside the building and keep it clean. Because after really opening that road next to us, and this area became more visible, and by having it more visible, we wanted to make the building look better. In our 2021 proposal, the back part was almost 2-story high, and the front, we kept it low. So what we did now, we just make it all the same level. We thought the elevation looks better. I do have one elevation with me if you want me to pass it, so if you like to see it. But really, that's the only changes we did. The site stayed the same way, the circulation, the parking, and we met all the requirements. There's some notes that we can add on our drawings, and we submitted for the planning. And we talked to the fire marshal today. He seems fine with it, as long as we add fire alarm in the building itself, so we don't have to go through the whole process. He was worried about the canopies if they meet their equipment driving through, and actually he was worried about 13.6. We have almost 17. So I called him, and he's okay with it, and we can go the approval. And I will answer any questions you have. And we love to be approved because the owner is excited to start this project.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the Planning Commission?
What are you doing with those pine trees?
What's that?
You have two large spruce on the west side. Are they coming out?
The entrances, you're saying?
Oh, adjacent to the Chinese restaurant. There's two very large spruce trees.
Yes.
Are you taking those out?
Yeah, and we're putting new trees inside.
Okay. And the same thing on the south side? I find it hard to read this, so.
They chose on the landscape plan. I don't remember.
We have the landscape plan up on the screen.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, the landscape plan is in the screen.
Yeah, he's looking at it on the screen.
Hard for me to see
It's
it.
just really hard to see it, that's all. Okay. Are you knocking down the little building on the back then? Is that coming off?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? To entertain a motion.
All right. Barry.
Barry, it's your night.
Okay, I move the revised site plan 52-1-2021 dated October 18, 2023, submitted by 3 Orchards Real Estate LLC. Am I reading the right one? Yep.
Yeah.
Be approved because it appears to meet all applicable requirements of zoning chapter subject to the following conditions. That this matter be sent to approval of the zoning board of appeals for the rear yard setback and the side yard setback. And I think that everything else on the plan was actually already in existence and had already been approved. And also, it's also subject to approval of the fire department, meeting whatever recommendations the fire department is giving.
Staff, does that cover it?
I believe there's also a variance listed for the waiver of a loading space.
Yeah, they had to mark.
We
a
have
loading
encroachment.
space, Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Barry, you adding that to your motion?
Okay, and that the change in the degree of encroachment requires reapproval of both the plans and the variance granted in 2021.
Don, do you still second
Yes.
it? Okay, moved and supported to approve with conditions. Any questions on the motion? Comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, nay. Ayes have it, passes.
Thank you. So yes, this is a request for cluster qualification. Similarly to a PUD, our cluster process requires first a qualification and then a final plan approval. This is in the RA3 single-family district.
If I may?
Joe?
I believe that we haven't had a cluster proposal in a few years.
It's been several years, yeah.
Several years, and therefore I'd like to point out that I believe that several of the planning commissioners have never had one before, so if you could elaborate a little bit more about what the cluster option is, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
Everybody's good with that? concise, to the point,
Yes.
high points.
So essentially, what
Joe.
a cluster option does is it allows the same number of units that would typically be distributed over the entire site to be built on a smaller portion of the site with reduced lot sizes, so that a portion of the site can be set aside as dedicated open space. And typically, there is an easement, often a conservation easement, placed over that other portion of the site so that it will not be built on in the future until such time as that easement is changed or something else changes. But that's it in a nutshell. If you want any more details, I can certainly give them to you. Getting into the review, we're looking at a property that's located south of M5 between Farmington Road and Orchard Lake Road. It runs south to Colfax Road, which is about 8.5 mile. Existing sites are undeveloped, it's heavily wooded. There's several areas of wetland. And there are a bunch of parcels here. Depending on how you count it, it's 18 or 19. There's some outlots that are in my 19 count, and 18 is on the agenda because those are not included in the cluster project. It's generally a trapezoid. There is a portion that juts westward and fronts on Parker Street, so there's another street that's got frontage on. 16.29 acres. But there's a net 13.83 because 2.47 of that is right-of-way.
Is what?
Right-of-way. So there's portions of the lots that are dedicated into right-of-way. We look at adjacent properties. To the north, we have M5, and then surrounding on all other sides is RA3. That's all single-family homes. Sites accessible from Folsom Road and Parker Street. So cluster qualification has some standards, just like PUD qualification. So qualification for the cluster option has to be based on a couple of findings by the Planning Commission, with final density dependent on whether or not the site qualifies under both findings. If the site qualifies for a cluster under the first finding, there's one density. If it also qualifies under the second finding, there's another level of permitted density. So the first standard is that the Planning Commission shall find that the parcel will qualify for the cluster development option as defined in long section number. Development would be at the single-family densities permitted in subsection, also long section number. And that finding has to be made in all cases. Now, the second one, which basically allows bonus density, is that the Planning Commission may additionally find that the parcel is located in a transition area or is impacted by non-residential uses or traffic on major or secondary thoroughfares or other similar conditions. If the Planning Commission makes such a finding, it may permit an increase in density up to the maximum in that same long section number, and we'll get to what those numbers are in a second. So under the first finding, they get 2.6 units per acre in the RA3 district. And if you also make an affirmative finding on the second standard, that number would go up to 3.9 units per acre. So 2.6 versus 3.9, based on whether or not you find just the first one or the combination of the two. So the applicant shared.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Joe.
Yep.
It's my recollection that you can go up to, but you don't necessarily go all the way to the second level. Is that correct?
It is up to 3.9 units per acre.
And we have discretion.
You've exercised that discretion in the past.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Yes, thank you for clarifying that, because that is actually an important point. So we don't have any conceptual plan as part of this package. So we don't have a sense of like a proposed unit count at this point. There have been conceptual plans shared with the city in the past, but they were not included in the submission. Site has extensive woodland and quite a bit of wetland. If wetlands are going to be extensively impacted by development, that would require eagle permits and off-site mitigation. So you might want to discuss that with them, whether or not they're planning on avoiding those wetlands and whether or not there's an eagle review involved. And we also have some other standards, and it's basically a list of things that might apply to the parcel. We bolded 3 of them, which I'll read to you, because we thought that those were really the ones that might apply to this parcel. Of course, that's ultimately your determination. So one is item 2, parcel has frontage on a major or secondary thoroughfare and is of a narrow width as measured along the thoroughfare, which makes platting difficult. The other one, 6, the parcel contains a floodplain or poor soil conditions which result in a substantial portion of the total area of the parcel being unbuildable. And then item 8, the parcel contains natural assets which would be preserved through the use of cluster development. Such assets may include natural stands of large trees, land which serves as a natural habitat for wildlife, unusual topographic features, or other natural assets which should be preserved. That's, of course, pending the final design, right? But those are standards that could possibly apply to this parcel. I just want to stress that. We don't have a concept plan, like I said, so there wasn't really anything to dig into there. The master plan designation for this property is single-family residential. It doesn't fall into any special residential planning areas or any other special study areas. Surrounding properties have the same designation. Residential densities map designates it as medium density, which corresponds to RA3 and RA4. Any questions? It's understandable if you got them.
Joe.
First, on sheet 2, which is the sheet you've got up there, the index, I do not have my glasses, so it's all by memory, okay? The index showed wetlands and regulated wetlands. But it looked as though all of the wetlands were not regulated wetlands.
I don't recall offhand if all of them were not. That is something we can look at, but.
Sort of what I could tell from the index, which I was surprised at because I would think with that long flowing stream that it was continuous enough to include enough acres such that it should have been a regulated wetland. Now, when you said 18 units could be built on this.
Well, it's currently 18 parcels. So there's a whole bunch of parcels involved here that would need to be combined in order to.
So we're nowhere near the point. I've never seen a cluster requirement that didn't come to us with more information than this.
I agree with that.
Okay. Fair enough. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit. We're just making a decision, and then we'll worry about the particulars later. But one thing to settle is that if there is a regulated wetland, then the number of structures that can be built does not include the area that is a regulated wetland. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Well, you can't on wetland.
So we're even more clustered.
For the purposes of calculating density.
For the purposes of calculating the density that you could build, does it or does it not assume that you can build in a wetland? A regulated wetland. A regulated wetland is a wetland in the state of Michigan that's in excess of, I believe it's 5 acres.
5 acres, yeah.
Yes. Okay, and if you have a stream that runs through the entire wetland that follows that stream, you can generally assume that that's going to be over 5 acres. Okay? And the area along the stream seems to have the same indication as the area that's not on the stream. I have no doubt that the area that's not on the stream that's called a wetland is not a regulated wetland.
I'd want to say.
So we need more information. We need to know what the designation is. We need to know how the ordinance applies to that designation.
I'm sure they want to know.
The cluster regulations do not include the word wetland. So regulated wetlands don't appear to be accounted for in
Okay, so
those
when we get done,
regulations.
Joe, are you done with your comments or review
Yeah.
comments? Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Because then we'll get the,
Yeah, well, the only question I have is that you take the whole area and you calculate based on the whole area, but obviously there's certain areas you can't build on if they're regulated or they're controlled by Eagle. And they need permits anyways to build near it, if not on it. But don't we take the whole area and calculate the number of units based on the whole area, or you have to subtract out the wetlands or the regulated wetlands?
It's the whole area, the
That's what I thought.
regulation's silent on whether or not wetlands
Yeah, but
count.
the problem that I have is that because we didn't get some other information, plus the fact is we don't know what they want. They don't want, I can see this being a single-family cluster option fitting the first criteria, but I don't necessarily see it fit the second criteria because we didn't get any criteria.
right, so we need to get more information, and I think probably at this time, if it's okay with everybody, we get the proponent up here, maybe he can answer some of the questions and find out if there's additional things we need to get from them so we can figure it out. So, the proponent would like to come forward, introduce himself, and
Yeah, my name is Stuart Michelson. Been here before many years. I was going to introduce myself and just explain who we are first, and then I'd like to go into answer all your questions, because we do have all those answers. We have been building, many of you know me, but some of you don't. You have newer planning commissioners. But over the years, we have developed very successfully Forested Hunters Point, 13 detached condos on Drake. We did the Forested Orchard Lake. We did 21 detached condos. We bought that property from the city, which you had bought. You ended up in a lawsuit because you didn't want an office building on it. We ended up turning it into a nice residential development. We did the forest at Wood Creek. Actually, that was our first development, major development. That was another site that the original owner was going to build an office building. The Wood Creek residents didn't want office there. It was right behind them. We came along, bought it, took a shot, built 13 detached condos, and we're very successful. That's right by Northwestern. We did Wooddale. We bought the Wooddale school site within the last few years. We built 18 homes. It's a beautiful community. Halstead Hollow, we built homes in Halstead Hollow. A friend of ours developed it. We didn't develop it, but we built 10 houses recently there. Another development that we did, and that's why this is called Riverwalk, which is near this site. It's called Riverwalk of Farmington Hills. We did 33 sites. And then we bought the Flanders School site in Farmington. We tied it in with a walkway, and we developed that in the city. We had 32 lots in there. Then we also developed a office building. So we have a long-standing, good relationship with the city. Always had good relationship with the building department and everybody. Now, as far as we have already designed, we actually brought it tonight, the site plan that we want to use. We've taken into account all your questions, which are great questions, and we've taken it into account. We could show you that for now. The reason we didn't submit it with the submittal now is we were under the impression that this was just a pre-qualification and that the second meeting was going to be the site plan and we get into the nitty-gritty. Now, we do have it all designed, and it's sitting right there. We could show you. But we stayed out of the river. That is a regulated wetlands. There is an unregulated wetlands in the middle that we can do a road crossing, and it's unregulated because it's 500 feet away from the stream. So it's unregulated. Now, the site has already been looked at by Eagle. They did a walk from the previous owner who we bought the land from. In addition to that, we hired Barr, who specializes in wetlands walks, and we had him re-walk the site. I walked it with him. I fell a couple of times. So we know exactly where we stand. We are going to get an Eagle permit. We know we have to do that. And we have all the topo. We've done soil search, we've done borings. We know the land is okay for building houses. Actually, I talked to the city manager with the site plan a few months ago. And he set up a meeting because I wanted to show him before we even submitted what we plan on doing. And he had all your in-house consultants appear there. And we had the police, the fire, the building official. We had Jim Cabrera from engineering. Charmaine was there. We had our engineer there who designed all the engineering for us. And we got everybody's blessing as far as what they could see, that they would be able to approve it. So what we're asking for tonight is the qualification subject to all the things that you haven't seen. And then when we come to the second meeting, which will be the 14th, I believe, December 14th, we'll bring you the site. In fact, I'm going to submit it to the planning department on Monday so we can make it on the 14th, and then you're going to see the whole site plan.
So a question for staff. So was it the intent that we would have like a pre-qualification, or we were asked to, it's on the agenda, it says qualify the site, and if so, were we to determine to 2.6 or 3.9? And I guess what I'm hearing is, given the level of.
Well, our request is below the 2.6. Our request is going to be 258.
That's fine, but okay.
So we're not even asking for the bonus.
We're qualifying it though, we qualify based on an owner or on a proposal, or we're just qualifying it based on?
It's based on the characteristics of the parcel.
A parcel.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're not obligated.
Right. He says, yeah, I'm under 2.6, but we qualify with 2.6. Somebody else, he could drop it off and hand it to somebody else, and somebody could come in 2.6, right?
So it's primarily based upon the natural features of the property and whether it's possible they might be saved.
So you're saying you'll be under it. I guess what I'm asking is, what was the intended thought of staff in terms of this process? Were we going to get more information? Are you waiting on information, or this is it? This was the meeting?
This is it. This is it for qualifications.
This is it for this one.
And very similar to the PUD, and if it's okay. Just because you qualify it does not mean that you approve the plan at the next meeting. So, it's very similar to the PUD. You look at a property and you say, that could fit the criteria.
And is it the expectation then tonight, if we qualify it, that we put a number to it?
You do not have to do the determination of a max density because they're not asking for it. So you don't have to put a number on it yet until you see the plan. I don't see how you can until you see the plan.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Joe.
So as I understand it, the 2.6 is 2.6. Maximum. Right. The 2.6 maximum, which is a number we're throwing around, is how many units per acre, right?
Correct.
I just want to clarify and explain that that's over the entire site, which includes areas that normally could not be built on.
Right.
So by saying you can take that number and squish it over on the side, he is going to have smaller, the net result of us saying, yes, go ahead, even though you're asking for 2.58 instead of 2.56, the developer will be able to develop more homes on the area than he could otherwise. And that's why he's asking for the cluster certification. I'm just explaining, that's all. Yeah.
The main
Stuart, can you get the mic, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, logistically, if you.
The person who's taking all the minutes is doing it
Yeah,
remotely,
okay.
so it's got to go
Gotcha.
through the microphone.
The purpose of the cluster option is we want to maintain the density. Actually, we're going to be under the allowable density. But we didn't, this is a river. And this is a nice tree stand here. So we didn't want to cross, we actually own land that could take us to Colfax. But we didn't want to take the road all the way through and disrupt the river. So by giving us the cluster option, we're able to start at Folsom, which is going to be our main entrance. We're going to take a road here, which makes your engineering department very happy that we have a second entrance. And we're avoiding this whole area. We're not building any of this. This is going to remain open space area. And that's the whole reason we're asking for it.
So basically, it gives the city the opportunity in those with natural features to save green space and serve as an incentive to developers to get density to build it on those pieces of property. So it's a trade-off. We scrunch the buildings kind of together and set aside the green size, the green stuff, the rivers, and all that stuff in perpetuity.
So I believe there are no issues. And if you would like a motion,
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
for us to discuss.
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion.
I moved, I don't have my glasses. I move to do whatever he says.
Readers. He's got readers.
Oh, okay.
Can you see?
I move to make a preliminary determination that one family cluster option 1, 2023 dated October 13, 2023, submitted by Forest at Riverbank Development LLC, meets the following qualification standards as set forth in section 34-317-2B of the zoning ordinance. Now, which standards are met? Oh,
2, 6, and 8.
2, 6, and 8.
you have all this wilderness. I know, that's how I know
No
it.
lie, whatever.
The parcel has frontage on a major secondary thoroughfare and is of a narrow width as measured along the thoroughfare, which makes platting difficult. The parcel contains a floodplain or poor soil conditions, which result in and I believe it's good soil conditions now with all the leaves that have.
Yeah.
I walked in.
Anybody need mulch?
Yeah, result in a substantial portion of the total area of the same parcel being unbuildable. And the final, which would be 8th, the parcel contains natural assets which would be preserved through the use of cluster development. Such assets may include natural stands of large trees, land which serves as a natural habitat for wildlife, unusual topographic features, or other natural assets which should be preserved, such as, and this is almost a joke, all the forts the kids made.
Yeah.
So that's the motion. I am going to say, I'm sure as someone who has successfully developed these, that you are in fact talking to the neighbors. I'm sure the neighbors are going to be very disappointed at this, at this amazing asset that they're going to lose. But I guess pot's legal now.
Support.
Okay, moved by Joe, supported by John.
Yeah.
My feeling is this piece is going to get developed by somebody, at least you all know us, and we have a good track record. So it might as well be us.
I know.
Okay.
We just had a public meeting earlier.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. You're qualified.
Thank you.
See you down the road.
I mean, there were,
Hang in there.
but when the plan comes up, then the neighbors can make.
Okay, item 5D is rezoning request ZR 210-2023, location South Side 9 Mile Road, just west of Farmington Road. rezone 3 parcels from B1 local business to RA4, one-family residential district, set for public hearing. For Tessa Homes LLC, Robert Donovic and Tom DeVuca, owners and applicant. Staff.
Thank you so much. So this rezoning request, as you mentioned, is regarding a property that's currently B1 for RA4. The property fronts directly on 9 Mile, just west of the intersection of 9 Mile and Farmington. The site includes 3 separate parcels. Each parcel independently does not meet the required lot minimum for RA4. And 2 of the parcels don't meet the lot width. So I'll go into that a bit more, but to go through the proposal a bit more, the applicant's looking, it's currently a vacant lot. They're looking for residential use on the lot. The parcel is not a part of any special planning areas in the master plan, but it is future land use mapped non-centered type business, which is not consistent with the proposed RA4 use. However, the abutting parcels directly adjacent to the location are also RA4 and also future land used as medium density residential. The proposed site would be transitioning from a commercial designation to a residential designation, which is inherently less intensive. And the, as mentioned previously, the site is compatible with neighboring residential uses. And I think the main inconsistency with the master plan would be, as noted previously, the non-centered type business future land use designation. However, on master plans, we'll look more generally at the area, and the parcels adjacent are RA4. With that, this is to determine whether or not to schedule a public hearing. And as I noted previously, 2 of the lots don't meet the required lot width, and 3 of the lots don't meet the required lot minimum. This means that the parcels do need to be combined before they can be rezoned legally. And then in addition, we need a copy of a survey prior to a rezoning. So given the administrative comments that still need to be fulfilled, I do recommend that the Planning Commission either tables or denies this item, depending on how the Planning Commission determines to proceed, and schedules the public hearing once the applicant has provided the required information, although I see a survey is up on the screen right now.
We got survey now. Look sideways.
Well, it looks like they've provided the survey at this point.
Okay, Julia, does that conclude your comments?
That does, except for, of course, those combinations would still need to take place.
Very good. Questions for Julia? Barry?
Or Julia?
Julia?
You guys, ask Julia or Joe, or both of them, duet. The thing is, we can actually pass this on for a public hearing, but before we have a public hearing, they have to fill out the papers for the application to combine them and make sure that's done before the public hearing.
Well, this does require council approval ultimately. So anytime between now and council approval, they could effectuate the combination and we'd be in good shape legally.
If they don't have it done by the time we have a hearing, we can't approve we can't pass it on for rezoning because they haven't met the requirements, which is filling out a form. Correct?
We can rezone. We being the planning commission, through the chair, can set it for public hearing, hold the public hearing, make the recommendation to city council, before the city council acts, they'll need to
Okay, so
put it together.
I know this is just a pass it on situation for a public hearing, but from what I was reading in the Giffords-Webster papers here, we really couldn't approve a rezoning until they actually filed the papers with the city telling, to do the combination, to combine the properties and change the lot lines around and have the survey submitted. Is that about right?
Do we require that?
I mean.
I know, if we pass this on for a
Zoning's not
hearing, they
complete
haven't done
until-
the application yet, we can't approve it.
Well, we
You're only
can,
making a recommendation.
yeah, can't we,
You can make your recommendation.
we can make a
If we'll-
recommendation to
Okay.
rezone land, right?
Okay, but again, we're just doing, we're just setting it for public hearing.
We're setting it for public hearing.
And
I
we
mean,
can recommend to the proponents that they file the papers beforehand, before the hearing.
Well, that goes to the issue of the specific proposal. I think the request before us is rezoning property from business to residential, right? And an area that we could say recommend.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I mean, I approve of what they're trying to do, but they haven't done the paperwork to allow us to approve it.
Yeah, but it's almost seems like that's the separate step. That's something else, isn't it? It's.
I look at that, Member Brickner, as kind of an administrative thing to deal with. You're looking at the land use question. Should it be residential? I don't know why they would combine it unless they're going to get the approval that they're looking for. So as long as it's done before the rezoning is complete,
Right.
that's typically all we require as far as that.
Okay, well, let me make a motion just to push it on.
That's for public hearing, yes.
Wait a minute. So to me, the issue is we can rezone it, we could recommend it to council, and they could rezone the land. Whether they get a building permit to build it per split or whatever they did, that's a separate issue down the road, right?
My guess is council will
It's not
want.
conditioned, our action's not conditioned on them getting a split, is it?
Ours is not.
Right.
Ours is not.
Rumor has it that the proponent
Well,
wants
I'm
to
gonna
get
have them-
home.
I'm gonna
and
have them
wants-
come up, but this is something we should understand, that we're looking at a rezoning. And that's, then how are they divided up with splits or combos or whatever? It's-
Well, I mean, I think there is the issue that you've created non-conforming lots if you rezone it without the combination.
Right, we want it done before
Yeah,
council takes final
exactly, yeah.
action.
So if it's not combined, the final approval really can't be granted because you can't create
But the
non-conforming.
key there is it's the final approval. I don't know why you would combine it if you're the applicant until you know it's actually going to happen. So it will get done. You're looking at the land use zoning issue.
Beautiful, perfect timing.
I would like to point out that a lawyer started this.
Wow, shocking.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Robert Donovic on behalf of Fortessa Homes, 37637 5 Mile Road, Livonia, Michigan. Thank you to the chair
Thanks for
and to
coming.
the entire commission. We appreciate you being here so late tonight. Thanks to the planning department as well. I've had a few meetings with them and they're very helpful in this process. Briefly, I'm going to introduce this plan and then I'll kind of dive into some of the questions. So we're currently asking to rezone the 3 parcels from B1 to RA4. There is roughly 145 feet of frontage along 9 Mile Road. So our hope is that we'll create 2 home sites. One will be 74 feet wide and one will be 71 feet wide. To the south, directly behind the 2 properties, is RA4 residential homes, and to the west is also RA4 residential homes. Next door to the east is 65 feet of trees we do not own, so we're not going to be touching that, and that will act as a buffer to the medical commercial that is to the east. So there's a lot of RA4 behind us and next door. The 2 homes would be roughly 1,900 square feet, your traditional 3-bedroom, 2-bath, basement, 2 attached car garage. So your standard kind of 2-story colonial home that you'd see in Farmington Hills. They're going to be high-end amenities. It is Farmington Hills. You guys, in my opinion, require nice amenities and top dollar for the home. So inside there'll be nice amenities, especially with being on a main road. You got to kind of put some more money into them. So outside will be nice first floor brick with some combination of stone and just, again, high-end amenities outside. We are a family-owned company, so we do take a lot of pleasure and we really care about what we do. So it is along Main Road, a lot of visibility, so we are not absentee owners, so we'll be there just about every single day and making sure the site is clean and take care of it appropriately. We do believe this zoning is more harmonious than commercial. With abutting residential, we think it's less intensive than commercial. And our goal is to start the construction sometime late next year. So that's a brief introduction to some of the questions at the planning department. We were under the impression that we were first to get the rezoning done by the planning commission, and then we would file for the lot split combination to create that 74-foot and 71-foot lot. That's kind of the way we were explained. To your council's point, we don't want to buy the property, rezone it, and then not actually get the lot sizes we wanted. So we already submitted the survey and the proposed survey as well to the planning department. So I'm here to answer any questions. If I need to come file any additional forms, we will do that. But again, we were just kind of told this is the first step in the process. Come here, seek the proposed rezoning, and then at some point, we would have to file the lot split combination, an administrative process with your planning department. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Questions for the planning commission? Do we have a motion? Joe?
I'll make the motion, and this is, I would need my glass. I would need someone's
Other people can make
glass.
motions, they have their glasses on.
Okay, I move the rezoning request dated October 12th, 2023, submitted by Fortessa Homes LLC, Robert Donovic, to rezone property located at parcel identification numbers 22, 23, 33, 2227, 001, 002, and 003, Oakland County, Michigan, from B1 Local Business District to RA4, One Family Residential District, be set for a public hearing for the Planning Commission's next available regular meeting agenda.
Support.
And I just want to say that,
Moved by Joe, supported by Kristen.
yeah, I would expect that the residential neighbors will welcome this. I'm surprised that this right across from a car wash and so close to the exit of a freeway is going to be residential, but I'm happy that it will be. And you spoke very well. I have faith in you guys. How about that?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Motion to set for hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you to the commission. We appreciate it. I'm going to go home, go to bed. So good night.
Okay, thank you guys.
Lucky.
Thanks
Enjoy.
for your
We're
patience.
jealous.
Very good. Good luck.
Joe Tenjer, on your signature page, you demoted Charmaine and promoted Ed Gardner again on your carbon copy.
Oh, Ed Gardner, how did he make it on there?
Ooh, a blast from the past.
What
do we got next?
They're going way back. They go further back.
Yes.
Oh, there's probably.
I didn't know if that was a
It's
master.
probably an old CC that was on like the next page of a letter, and we didn't realize it was there.
My fault.
Okay, 5E, amend PUD plan unit development 1, 2021, including revised site plan 56/6/2020. Location is 28800 11 Mile Road. Proposal demolition of a small chapel structure for open space in an SP5 special purpose zoning district. We are asked to set for public hearing. Applicant Edward Rose and Son, Mark Burkowski, Director of Acquisitions, and owner Farmington Hills Senior Living LLC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I guess
Julia, take it away.
To start, of course, this is not to permit retail and restaurant uses. I just want to make that clear and on the record. At the beginning of the report, it does say that the commission should discuss whether this is a major or minor amendment. However, after further discussion with the city attorney, we understand that in order for this amendment to go through, it will include changes to the development agreement and the exhibits on the development agreement, which really does mean that it needs to go through as a major amendment. So with that, the request tonight is to proceed with setting a public hearing and making a recommendation to council, as well as reviewing the original PUD qualification and making sure that it still stands given the new changes to the site. The applicant's looking to demolish the small chapel, not the large chapel, which is attached to the Caustic Center, but the small chapel, which is it called Catherine's Place, the building?
Yeah, it's up here.
Yeah, so the small chapel that is connected to Catherine's Place, and the applicants stated that that building really doesn't have a functional use. Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm correctly reading what the applicant was stating about the site. My search function isn't, sorry, my computer froze. Okay.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry.
You can move on from that.
But yeah, so the applicant stated there's some troubles with maintaining that building, and that it doesn't make sense, and that there's not adequate parking to access the building or restrooms. So they're coming here today to ask to demolish it, despite the fact that it was included on the original PUD. Some of the important qualifications that I wanted to make sure that we talked about, sorry, my computer is just not showing the report on the screen. There you go. Thank you. In the original qualification, there was, the applicant answered some questions regarding whether or not they qualify for the PUD. And in there, they did note that that some of the existing buildings and existing structures on the site were some of the reasoning for justifying the original PUD, as well as the maintenance of some of the historic structures. And this was among other PUD qualifications. However, those are things that are impacted by the removal of that structure. They're not planning around the historic structure if they're removing it. The original PUD resulted in building deviations on both building wings to exceed the building height, and a floor area ratio of 0.45, which exceeded the maximum floor area ratio that's specifically for elderly care services. The new application, of course, does reduce that floor area ratio, which wasn't noted on the plans, but it's not a significant amount, but I don't have the total size of the building on the plans either, so I wasn't able to calculate that change in floor area ratio. So I guess I didn't really go over kind of the general site plan, but aside from the changed portions of the site, the plan includes a 207 apartment assisted living facility and 27 apartment memory care facility, and the construction is well underway.
Yes.
Yeah, it's near completion.
Near complete.
Very well underway, yeah.
The master plan's future land use map assigned a quasi-public designation to the site. It is zoned SP5, or sorry, before it was a PUD, it was zoned SP5, which was intended for elderly care, and the future land use, as mentioned, the future land use strives for a community use. I don't think there's any other changes proposed to the site. So I do think the main focus of the discussion should be whether those PUD qualifications still stand, and whether to schedule for a public hearing.
Okay, very good, Julia. Thank you. Questions for Julia or staff regarding the amendment to the plan. Yes. No questions? Last proponent, come forward, give your name. And
It's Mark Prokosky with Edward Rosen Edward Rosen Sons, pardon me, 38525 Woodward Avenue, Bloomfield Hills, Michigan.
welcome. It's late. And
Had all this time to practice too. So just for clarification, I know the reference to historic structures was mentioned in their PUD qualifications. The building that we're proposing to take down, the former use was a small chapel associated with Catherine's Place. That was built in the 80s. All the oldest buildings were demolished for the footprint of our newest large building, so I wanted to set that aside. To reiterate, I believe what the planner's review comment said is we're not increasing density, we're reducing floor area ratio, we're reducing lot coverage, and we're taking down a building that we really couldn't find a purpose for, and replacing it with green space. It'll be outdoor plants, so we think the impact should be less. Our setbacks to the neighbors is no different. Our building heights are no different. We're just eliminating a small structure.
I have a question.
okay, Joe and then John.
So this small building, do you think it could accommodate Marvelous Marvin's?
Wow.
I just had to crack a joke because it's almost midnight and I'm getting silly, okay?
I have a question.
John.
Mark, have you tested this for asbestos?
We have, yes.
You have, and nothing?
This part of the building, I think there's pipe wrap, that's about it. But for the
Yeah.
most part, it kind of.
But you'll deal with that before?
Yes, we will,
All right,
definitely.
thank you.
Yes.
So when this was represented to the council, was there city council, was there an expectation or proposed use or discussion regarding the small chapel or excitement about the small chapel?
It's kind of
or-
orphaned out there on the side.
Yeah.
No. Okay. The answer is no.
Do you have a question?
I don't have a question. Oh,
You have a
Barry,
question?
Barry,
I
you-
don't have a question, I have
Barry,
a
you have a
statement.
question?
No, I want to make a statement.
You can make a statement, but not a motion. I don't want a motion yet.
Darn, come on.
You want me to make a motion? I'd like to make a
Well,
motion.
you
Have
make
someone
a
with
motion.
Kristen
glasses.
can make the motion.
Kristen, you,
I would like to make a motion.
could you make a motion, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that the application to amend Planned Unit Development 1, 2020, including revised site plan 56-6-2020 dated October 17, 2023, submitted by Edward Rose and Sons, Mark Prokosky, Director of Acquisitions, be set for public hearing for the Planning Commission's next available regular meeting agenda.
Support.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, take it, go ahead, take it.
Marisa, second by Marisa.
Yeah.
Over there.
Kristen moved it. Any discussion on the motion to set the hearing? Let's set it. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. I didn't say nay. Those
We got
opposed?
5 minutes to
nay.
get out of here before it turns.
I'm aye, I'm an aye. Your hearing is going to be set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
We gotta get
for
some
your
action down
patience
here.
and we made it today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What time is it?
I-
Before
We
midnight?
still have.
I move we approve the minutes.
Wait a minute, no, Steve's got it. Steve's got the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes.
I support.
Danielle,
Danielle
support.
supports.
All in favor of approving all the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner comment.
Public
Opposed, say
comment? No.
nay. Minutes approved. Commissioner Connors. John, don't get up yet.
I'm just packing
Boom,
up.
boom. Joe.
Just quickly, is this the new normal that she
Yeah.
won't be here?
Staff, let us know what's going on. Cheryl's not here, so.
This is not the new normal. This was because of the highly attended nature of the meeting
Okay,
tonight.
so, but
She
you gotta
has
let-
some family members with health vulnerabilities,
But you gotta let
so.
us know because I'm holding the meeting. If I know she's remote doing it, I'm
Yep.
gonna start on time.
Yep,
So
exactly.
I can't I don't have to, okay.
Understood, certainly.
Barry,
As John will tell you, those things are still over on the property where, on Drake
Oh,
Road.
the cargo containers.
The containers are still there, and 2 toilets, by the way.
Have we adjourned the meeting?
I make a
Oh,
motion
it's
to.
Commissioner
We're not
comments.
there yet.
We're almost there.
okay,
Sorry.
anything?
Yep, I just want to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
No, no,
John?
no.
Nothing,
No.
I got about 5 things to go over.
Okay.
Trying to make this
Motion
for
by
midnight.
John, to adjourn.
Any longer.
Oh, you made the motion.
Make a motion to
I'll support it.
adjourn.
Here's the aye.
Aye.
Adjourn. Thank you very much.
That-